This special meeting of the Joshua Basin Water District Board of Directors Board Retreat Training Workshop for October 4, 2023, and it is now in session at 9:01. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag is just there. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Consideration of teleconferencing notifications or requests from board members, none. Termination of a quorum, General Manager Johnson, a roll call, please.
President Lowen.
Present.
Vice President
Here.
Director Fick.
Here.
Director Dalsberg.
Here.
Director Short.
Here. Thank you very much. We have a quorum. Approval of the agenda. Do I hear a motion to approve this morning's agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second. And we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion approved. Page 2. Public comment. This is time set aside for public comment on any district-related matter. Whether appearing on the agenda or not, under provisions of the Brown Act, the board is prohibited from taking actions on any items not listed on the agenda. At the discretion of the board president, however, comments on a particular agendized item may be deferred until the item is heard. Is there a comment? We have nothing on the TV, I guess. Very well. Do we have any written, electronic, or voicemail?
None to my knowledge.
Thank you very much. Public comment time is now closed. We're pausing our special meeting for a board retreat training workshop. We'll now reconvene in our other
Workshop setting.
spot. Workshop setting. Friendly sound.
Yes.
Can I come this way?
Okay.
So that's why not a good idea. I'm not go that way anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, both.
It's right.
Yes,
Okay.
It did. But fine, we'll make sure that the courts think it pulled out.
Okay.
Okay, workshop in second. General Manager Johnson.
Thank you for everybody to spend your full day here. This should be a fruitful day. The goal of this meeting is to educate and learn a little bit more about each other, learn more about Brown Act, Rosenberg's rules, our admin code, and the board best practices document, which is also called the role of the board documents. You might see it phrased both ways. Today we have a training that Jeff is going to be going through. For that, though, we're going to start out with just a little welcome and introduction. I know we know each other, but this is kind of a fun time that we need to know each other just a little bit better. So we set aside about 20 minutes for this section. We're going to go through and it gives you about 2.5 minutes to give an introduction, tell us a little bit about your background and maybe what a fun fact that we might not know about you. Just to help break the ice a little bit to get to know each other. And then also a special thank you to Vice President Doolittle. She was very much the pusher of this retreat, wanting to make sure that everyone's on the same page and has this shared education and opportunity. So they can all put it together.
thank you. My thank you to the district for being willing to do it, for bringing Jeff.
Yes.
I
Yeah, thank you, Justin. We can track that.
Oh.
Yeah. Very good. All right, so would anybody like to start with the welcome and introduction section and tell a little bit about yourself and about your backgrounds?
I'll go.
You go.
Yeah, the extrovert goes. So Stacy Doolittle is my name, obviously, and you know, my background, I have a corporate working background. So worked at Dell Computer and right, you know, during the rah-rah days of tech, and then moved to California and worked for Boeing, the airplanes manufacturer and weapons manufacturer. And and then, you know, that was the end of my career, you know, working career. Before that, I'd worked in video television for PBS stations and stuff. And one fun fact that you may not know is that I won an Emmy. Some of you may know that for a documentary I did.
Another minute and a half.
Oh, I got another minute and a half. Oh, okay. What else? Okay, so I really loved horses when I was a child, and I really wanted one. This is a funny story. And my grandparents wouldn't get me one, understandably, as an adult, you know, but they had like 5 acres, so there's enough room. And one day my grandfather was taking my brother and me to Sunday school. He'd take us to Sunday school and sit in the truck, this old Chevy, and read the funny papers, and then we'd come back out. Anyway, we see 2 horses running down the side of the road, and I said, you know, if they're still there, he said, if they're still there when we come back, we'll put them in our pasture. And Lord, they were. I couldn't believe it. And so, and then it took us until that evening to find out it was a man named Frank Osmond who owned them, and he had like 200 acres. And he told me one of them was a broken horse, and he told me I could ride that horse anytime I wanted. So I was essentially given a horse. You know, my grandparents didn't have to feed or house, and you know, my dream came true when I was a kid. Okay.
Very nice.
Shall we just go that way?
Sure, perfect.
Okay, born in Portland, Oregon, a powerful family, beer distributing family, and my dad was the black sheep of the family. He moved to Montclair, California, right when it was going. He was the first mayor of Montclair in 1958. He got recalled for exposing the planning commission insider trading for the Montclair Plaza. Got recalled, then he entered the paper. I was on the back of a state 56 Pontiac station wagon tossing papers. And then let's see what else I did. Oh, Pasadena, Caltech. My dad was employed by Caltech, raised in Pasadena, 1970 Young Artist of the Year Award in Pasadena by the Pasadena group. Had classes at Pasadena Museum of Modern Art. Of course, I was really into art back then. And then went to Pasadena City College, excelled at screen printing there, even taught screen printing, teacher's assistant. And then I went to CalArts, specialized in screen printing and old technology, taught us camera separation, all kinds of stuff. And I got to be with quite a bit of characters at CalArts, and they pretty much designed and made the Star Wars movies and all that kind of stuff. And then I went on to downtown LA with my wife, Ida Foreman, that I met at CalArts. And before then, she was 3 years older than me. She was in the streets of Hollywood, and she's the major distributor for the LA Free Press, for the county culture paper ever. That was kind of the activism angle of things. And then 7 years downtown LA, our park area, we had a fine art screen printing studio. We were captive printers for David Hockney for 4 years. And then he got done with his 80 editions of Joiners. We moved out to Joshua Tree 85, had a child, set up our studio, started printing left and right, screen printing. And we do have 39 photos on Facebook right now. If you go to Facebook and go to my profile, it is 39 photos of highlights of our screen printing that was framed. And so then
It was pretty amazing, you guys.
Yeah.
I just saw a show with it.
so and in 94, after we finished printing Waterhead, which was 144 color screen print, there was a lot of demand of our services in doing graphics for the group called Desert Environment Foxy, and it's a highly passionate, effective group. And I ended up being president because everybody else was busy infighting each other. I kept them all aimed in the right direction, and we defeated Boulder Rail Cycle in about 1.5 years, and before that, we defeated our toxic waste dumps, Broadwell, and then we got engaged with the Eagle Mountain Battle from 94 till 2014. We did all the help done that in Mary Sharpie. When it was 10 years of that battle, we were pretty much a We weren't in the first 2 years of the battle, but we were in all the rest of them. And all the way through federal courts, all the hearings, all that. And we finally defeated it in 2014. In the meantime, I was on the Josh Tree Municipal Advisory Council in 2006 and 2012. And then
That's the MAC.
yes, Matt.
Mhm.
And that I handled about at least half a dozen major projects. Only after having public input, I would take my position on it. And one of them was the Cascade Solar Project. The community wanted that, so reluctantly I helped. The rest of them, community didn't guys. And so I've been on social media a little too much sometimes for what some people think. And here I am. I'm on the MDCA board. Morongo Basin Conservation Association. And okay, the one curious item you want to have one. My dear wife, 20 years at College of the Desert, she was teaching. Her best friend was Judith Cook. Repeat the name, Judith Cook, niece of Paul Cook. I have so much that I want to.
Yeah.
Very interesting thing.
Yeah.
All right.
You come from your roots come from activism. Like, yeah.
Okay, I'm Thomas Short. I moved here in 2016 with my wife and son. I have a 8-year-old who is autistic and nonverbal. So that takes up a good portion of my time. I served in the Marine Corps for 12 years. I was honorably discharged in 2015 at the rank of sergeant. I deployed to Iraq in 2008. I've lived in Colorado, Kansas, Massachusetts, North Carolina, and California. I have 2 bachelor's degrees from Colorado State University in project management and computer science. 2 degrees will probably never get. Let's see, interesting fact about me is I am aspiring to be a writer. I have gotten into Yale Writers Workshop 3 years in a row, and I am currently working with an editor to get my first short story published, hopefully this summer.
Wow.
So, very neat.
Cool.
Right.
Story. That's interesting. Can you hear it?
Make it public.
Oh, all right.
All right, Director Carlsberg.
Yeah, because I'm kind of a writer too, and hearing. I was born in Michigan. Let's start from the beginning, I guess. Moved to California in 1968, a huge year. Politically and personally,
Were you a hippie?
never.
Oh, okay.
I went right out, I graduated from Michigan State University in 1963. My husband that I met at college and another semester left, we got married, we had a daughter. I did the traditional marriage and have kids thing for a while, and missed the whole hippie thing. Everybody thinks I'm a hippie. But I'm actually a peace activist, that's a peacenik. We moved to California in 1968, and the rest was history. Everybody said, actually, I lived in Chicago for a while before we moved to California. My son was born in Evanston, Illinois. My daughter was born in Michigan. Somewhere in there, I got a master's in gerontology from USC.
What is that? Gerontology?
Gerontology is a study of the process of aging.
Oh, the
And
process.
I had a number of, if you look at my resume, you'll see I had a number of jobs that were all nonprofit years. A variety of them. And I can't really go through all the stuff I've done because I usually only stayed a couple years any place I worked. It just, I get bored easy. And after a year, I'm starting to think I want to do something new. But I did stay as a live-in caretaker at a small county park on the coast of Mendocino County for 11 years. Lived in a 30-foot trailer, 50s style. in the middle of the redwoods, which was a wonderful experience. I did live in Joshua Tree in the eighties for a few years. And have always loved the desert ever since I lived here. And came back for visits. There were people left here I knew. And left here in 1990 and went to Northern California and lived on the coast off and on 25 years. And I've been homeless, I've been very low income, I've been no income over time. And right now I own the first home I've ever owned. I bought it in 2017, kind of as a fluke, leaving Northern California, and realized how fortunate I was that I got it in 2017, because crazy stuff has happened since. But some of what's happening in Joshua Tree, actually quite a bit, is very similar to where I was living before I moved here, Point Arena, California, which is also a tourist area right on the coast of the ocean, the Pacific, and has been recently had public lands designated as monuments, and it started bringing tourists like crazy. And then Airbnbs that are popping up, and then people that provide services in inns and restaurants had to double, triple up for housing, and it's very similar. I tell people from Point Arena that Joshua Tree is like Point Arena on steroids, but it's very similar. I also worked for the city for a period of time and ran for the city council a couple times. But I've always been a community activist, and that's why, and water has been a particular interest, even in Michigan. I moved back to Michigan briefly from 2004 to 2008. And at that time, Netflix was stealing water out of Lake Michigan. We were fighting that, stealing. And anyway, so I've been involved with water issues quite a bit, a little different than the water district, but you know, as an activist. And have been for a long time concerned about what's going on with water. And I've been married 3 times.
Cool.
And I'm single now. And actually enjoying being independent. I think that's all I need to say.
Thank you. Jeff?
Oh, we're doing it too?
Just make up some stuff. Yeah, I love it. Just make it all up, okay?
Obviously, I am an attorney with Atkinson Andelson. I've been with this firm since 2018. I actually was with a smaller firm for about 17 years, and our managing partner retired, and the 7 of us moved into Atkinson and joined that firm in 2018. So I've been doing this area of law since about 2003. Before that, I did practice. My first 3 years out of law school, I worked with the Attorney General's office doing criminal appeals. So it was definitely a shift. It was a different arena. I actually enjoyed the job a lot, but it was downtown LA, a lot of commuting, and you just did the same thing over and over again. So I was looking for something. Glad I made the switch. This is as you probably are aware, you have different issues all the time.
Oh yeah,
definitely a wider arena of something to do. I have 3 kids. Actually, one graduates college in December. My youngest just went to college in London, really far away. But actually, I would have had the courage to do that, but it's a great opportunity.
Yeah.
For it's I think she can have an amazing experience.
yeah, what's the major?
She's doing international business and art history.
Oh, okay,
So,
great.
Cool. And yeah, it's far away, but she's enjoying it.
Oh, yeah.
I'd
I
never
would
been
enjoy
there,
it, yeah.
but we took her out there a couple weeks ago to go to start school, and I love that city. It was an amazing experience.
Has a great passion, doesn't it? No, I'm kidding.
And she's there for that.
Oh,
too.
no, the fashion's really great. I've
just thought it was
never
great.
been there, but I know
You
that.
didn't even need a car. You jumped on the train, you went wherever you need to go,
Yeah.
30 minutes anywhere you wanted to be. I think I walked 7.5 miles a day on that
Yeah.
park tours, but like
Mhm.
park, that's not a bad thing to do.
Yeah.
And then my son, as my middle child, he plays baseball at Irvine Valley College. So
Oh.
he totally the transfer somewhere. He didn't play baseball, and
And also, so. I was a swimmer at UC Irvine, in the nineties. That team doesn't exist anymore, 2009, but I was a swimmer through high school and college and still swim in the mornings, just because I figured out the only thing I could do. I live in Orange County. It's probably a good summary, I think.
Thank you.
My resume.
Oh, okay.
Very nice.
You know, study it for 30 minutes, you guys.
Most of you know me here. Sarah Johnson, General Manager here at Joshua Basin Water District. I've been here now about 7.5 years. Fortunately, had the opportunity to work with Jeff most of this time. It seems like we went through a lot of trials and tribulations, but it's been a great learning experience. I grew up in a family business. Business is probably in my blood because I have been working probably since I was a very young child, bussing tables at my grandma's restaurant. So as early as I can remember.
Where was it?
It was in Azusa, California, just up Highway 39. Up there, but my grandmother owned a resort called Falling Springs Inn, and it has a cafe, cabins, lodge. And
Sounds like fun.
it was interesting. It was a very interesting place. People would have to, if you want to make a reservation to stay, you mailed in a postcard. And one of my jobs was to get those postcards and make the reservations and send the confirmation back to them. No phones up there, no television. I grew up without TV. So that, yeah, very interesting too. My husband always jokes with me, and ask me about some cultural thing in our early life, and I have no idea because I didn't have TV.
All right.
I'm a mother to 2 daughters, a 20-year-old and 15-year-old, and my husband and I will be celebrating 30 years of marriage next year.
Wow.
It's crazy.
You're not old enough for
I'm
that.
not old enough. I don't feel old enough, but
Wow.
and my husband is a disabled veteran. So,
Oh,
Mr. Lowen.
Well, it's Sloan's my name, water's my game. Been participating in at various levels here. Something like 10 years, which surprised me when I found a piece of paper indicating that. I don't know why I do this. I don't know how I got into it, other than it was when there was an interest expressed in having the demonstration garden. That piqued my interest. My stepmother lived in Las Vegas, and I'm not the gambling type, at least gaming. And so with time on my hands, I would go to the demonstration garden in Las Vegas, and I would enthusiastically recommend that you go through that place if you ever get close to it, because it is huge and it's well grown in. They have a marsh in there with a bridge going over the marsh, all sorts of stuff. So anyway, and then it became an issue here, so I said something in favor of it at the podium, and Bill Long, who was the president at the time, says, you might be a candidate for the Citizens Advisory Committee at the time. And I couldn't, because I wasn't living here full time then. But that encouraged and put a spark in me, I think. Hard to say, it's been a long time. But I started out here in, it's a friend of mine, his parents had a cabin out in Wonder Valley. And so I started going out there in about 1964. And being somewhat, as I keep saying this, somewhat of a reclusive person, the remoteness of it was very appealing to me. So when I could afford the mortgage payment, payments and stuff, I bought out here. I ended up in Joshua Tree because my father didn't like the idea of driving the extra 45 minutes to get out to Meriwether Street in Wonder Valley. So we ended up here. The mortgage payment was $50 a month. I was expecting to be out in Wonder Valley, which I was thinking maybe the mortgage would be 35.
oh my goodness, gosh.
A little bit of a stretch. Maybe 50.
Oh,
During the younger days, I'm essentially a Southern California boy. My father was in the Navy, so we in the early part of my life, very early part, we moved around. That was Korean War time and all that. So any place that had a significant naval base, we tended to live there. New York, Norfolk, San Diego, Los Angeles, Long Beach, that kind of thing. But my career is, other than the part-time jobs, there were about 5 of them as a kid. It taught me what hard work was too, back then, working for Bucket Starter Drive Incorporated. That was tearing apart starter drives that are greasy, dirty, filthy things, and having to separate all the parts by hand. Starter drive connects your motor to your starter motor in the your engine to the starter motor in your car. And we rebuilt them, and I eventually delivered those all over LA County. Looked at Orange too. Law enforcement was that's why I don't have a very lengthy resumes, because law enforcement was 32 years.
Yeah.
Together. I started out, it was hard to get into business then. And so I started out as a reserve deputy, went to the academy, I was a peace officer.
Where was it?
LA County. Sure.
Okay.
That's when the really bad thing happened where I lived. And then I went back to the academy some 3.5 years later and was a regular deputy and worked a lot of southern LA County. Eventually I was a watch deputy at the Cerritos station, which also, that was supervising dispatch, supervising jail down there. Dorlette was a great jailer. She made a good apple cobbler. But she was a good jailer. So anyway, I did that, and as I say, I've never been elected to the board. I've always been appointed. When someone passed away, I get appointed. The only time I ever actually ran, I came 4th place. But here I am. That's enough.
Thank you. Lisa, would you like to participate?
Sure. I've been with the district since 2005. I grew up in Cerritos, California. And on my mom's side, my grandparents are from Mexico, Sonora, Mexico, which is above Guadalajara. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Mexico. And I used to go every summer to visit my aunt and my family out there. So learn a lot of Spanish.
Okay, cool.
And I actually went to it's called Kinderlandia. It's like a kindergarten, and I attended there one summer. And I lived in Lakewood, Long Beach, Riverside, bought our first house in Riverside in 2002. And we were into camping. We always loved the outdoors, my husband and I. We have one child. She is 28 now, and she is living in Italy. She's studying to get her master's degree in marine biology. And what else? We moved up here in 2004. And love it up here. Oh, my husband and my daughter and I, we moved up here from Riverside. We bought our first house in Riverside, we were there for 2 years. And at the time, the housing when we first bought our house was like really cheap. It was 180 grand, and we sold it in 2 years, like 330 grand.
Sweet.
And this is when we bought out here, it was affordable. So we're so fortunate to have purchased when we did.
Yeah.
And yeah, always loved camping and the high desert. We fell in love with the high desert, and we plan to stay out here. And
What's your husband's name and your daughter's name?
Bill Thompson, and he's a heavy equipment operator. He works for an environmental, like a remediation company. So he's all over. He's always out of town.
Oh,
And my daughter's Cheyenne, yeah.
spelled like it sounds.
Yeah, she lives in Italy right now. She's studying for her master's
In what?
marine biology.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Wow.
she'll be back in the States, probably like in July. She's supposed to graduate in June of next year, and she's ready to come home. She's a little homesick, but
Thanks.
looking for it. Sure.
So Lisa's gonna help us stay on track today, keeping track of the agenda. She put together these binders, so thank you for your work.
They're so great, man.
Put it in order of how our day is going to go. So if you
Great.
pull out the agenda, the more detailed version of the agenda, you can see there with them. Our goal is to finish by 2, if we go over, that's okay, but we'll try to get it done by 2. And then the ultimate goal of today is to really come up with some ideas on that best board practices or role of the board document so that I can bring that back to the board at a future date for adoption. The document has been adopted and board adopted, but not updated since 2014. So today's a good look after we learn everything we're gonna learn from Jeff and go through the other documents in this binder. We should have some good comments on how to update that document to make it a good working document that all board members can utilize at their disposal. So the next section of our opening is to discuss a document called the 5 Successes of a Team handout, and that's behind that tab. And in here, Director Doolittle was kind enough to bring this to my attention. This was from, I believe, a CSBA conference. And I don't know if you want to talk about this a little bit to the team. But this is a good way for us to understand, what's a good team and what versus dysfunction would be.
Okay, well, so this was, Thomas also attended this. This was the leadership conference that CSDA has. We attended it in Indian Wells or somewhere way the hell down there. Yeah, so I thought that these were some slides, actually special districts I see now. These were some slides from one of the presentations, and it talked about, the first one is about effective directors maintain trust. And so effective board members always keep confidential matters confidential. And so, for example, I've noticed me stopping myself, is some people are referencing like when we talked about in the closed session. I don't think we're supposed to do that. I think that's a good example of what you shouldn't say that, at the board meeting. And then we have to also, respect each other and I haven't seen anybody do this or attack board decisions on private social media accounts. They had some great videos in this class and boards just dissolving in front of each other. It was just awful.
And they were real examples too, that's the thing.
Yeah, that's right. And then respect the board manager dichotomy. So that, the separation between our roles as leaders. Then the next one is, I don't know how much you want me to talk about this, yeah?
Well, just, giving an overview,
Oh, okay.
everybody would have a chance to have
Okay.
a discussion on.
Yeah, he'll do a better
what it
job,
means
so
to them.
take it back.
So, okay.
I just wanted to say, I took the class too.
Oh, you did, good.
I don't know,
Perfect.
2 years ago or
Okay,
something,
that's
so.
good.
It's great.
And that's when she came back wanting to do the retreat.
Oh, perfect. Well, I think that probably helped develop what this retreat is, so that's great. I like these slides particularly because I do have a deep set belief and, even if we disagree, that's okay. We just can do it in a respectful way and find a way to forge our paths together. And so I really like this, and it felt like it outlined that pretty well. So focusing on our outcomes, celebrating our results, being accountable to each other, so encouraging each other, and asking questions instead of what we see so much in the media these days where people are saying negative things about each other without really understanding their perspective. So I like that this also promoted that, encouraging commitments and respectful conflict, like I was just talking about, which ultimately leads to trust. And we need to be able to trust each other. We're all here, I think, for a similar purpose. And it's to make sure this district runs smoothly and that we're serving safe and potable water and we're protecting our resources. Really, I always go back to our mission all the time, that provide, protect, and maintain our valuable resource, which is Joshua Tree's water. And then the dysfunctions of the team on that slide, that number 3.7, positive versus interesting student notes. Not having attention to the result, lack of commitment, fear of commitment, or absence of trust. So we just want to make sure we avoid those types of behaviors when we're in this setting, that we're leading this district together.
So one thing I'd like to say about that, the 5 dysfunctions of a team, is that I'd like to ask everybody to be careful when they're speaking, that they are moving, they're helping us move forward. So, because we don't want to have, comments that just hang in the air and that don't move us forward. So I think that that's something we could work on.
So speaking ethically with integrity, integrity is one of, integrity and respect are two of my personal values. And I think that this speaks to that as well. Directors are to work at goal setting and celebrate their successes, and then hold themselves responsible for adhering to those protocols and code of
I have a
conduct.
question. So what do we think is a goal setting exercise to track progress towards mutually agreed upon goals? What does that mean for us?
I think that probably is gonna be our strategic plan together when we start working on that project. Those are the district goals for the 5-year plan, and that we're working toward those goals. And we've been working towards lots of goals in the current and in place strategic plan. But I'd like this board to make sure that we're all on the same page with that particular plan, because that plan was developed before most of you were here. Tom was here. And I think that will help us understand what those goals are. But again, if you get confused about what the goals are, it's always coming back to that mission. That's the main primary goal. Everything you want to
Celebrate.
celebrate?
Didn't get down there yet.
Celebration is good. That's probably one of my areas that I don't do as well in. I tend to meet a goal, move on to the next, and don't really celebrate those small successes, or sometimes large successes. So yeah, finding the ability to do that is really good.
I had an idea that this might be appropriate to intersect it. I mean, anyway, insert here. There is a place in the local paper for a guest commentary or editorial, and I was thinking that might be a place to, talk about some of our successes in a public
Possibly,
place.
yeah.
And it's not, I think I had talked about having a column, which would be a burden, but once in a while, a guest editorial, I think would be useful.
And it could come from the board president, I think.
It could come from whoever
I mean,
you
I could
decide.
help you write it, Tom, but that's a good
Yeah.
idea.
I've done
Yeah.
one already. Actually.
Okay, well, we can do it again then, right?
And also
That's a
in
good
our
idea.
newsletter, that's another good place that,
Yeah.
those successes,
But
that Catherine did a
that's
great job.
To our customers, and I think
Right,
the
that's
larger
right.
Morongo Basin needs to be aware of it.
All the good stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
For sure. And then the last page of this little document, I think we're gonna talk about our Jeff's training, but there's always a lot of confusion on the board and staff roles. And I think this today, I hope that one of the goals that we do achieve is to have a little bit more clarity of what that is. Operations is staff and policy setting is board. And sometimes those things get blurred, and I think most often it's with good intentions.
Yeah.
But it's hard for staff to say no to a board member, and sometimes board members don't understand where their role ends and where staff begins. So we really want to focus on that today so that we have more clarity. If we have clarity, we have less confusion and less conflict. So mission setting, obviously, strategic planning, obviously, those are board, and then policy, those top policies. Those policies, once are implemented, the implementation, that becomes staff. So the details of those implementation, that's staff. That's what you hire your general manager to handle, and then it's delegated down to staff to handle those pieces. So that's a very important piece that we'll talk more about in the training as well.
Yeah, I have some, so, I see all this regarding the board and policy. But I think how rare it is for us to even discuss policy or a policy number or new policies or renewing policies or reviewing policies. So I see that as kind of, it kind of sticks out to me that we don't do that very much, so. And then, it says here, this is how we set direction when it sets mission and scope of services. It does seem to me, it's just interesting, like the board is supposed to own the strategic plan, yet, we're waiting for JBWD to be able to do stuff with it and stuff. So, until there's time. Anyway, so there's just some, little confused points for me.
Okay.
Well, the policy,
Hi, Glenn.
the policy is embedded in almost everything that we do up here.
Okay.
And all of us can simply read them. And if we have any issues, if something is
Yeah,
is outdated. You know, like if there's references to union
Mhm.
in something, well, there is no union.
Right.
You know, we see those kinds of things and we can bring it up, you know, or accumulate amendments to
Mhm.
policies or updates and then eventually, you know, take care of the whole thing at
Mhm.
once kind of a thing.
The good news is that's why we're here today. We're going to look at the admin code, which is the administrative policy of the, and we're looking at the board that practices, also a policy of the board. That's,
Oh, okay.
that's why we're here
Thanks.
today. Is
That helps.
To look at those policies.
Okay.
Clarify, find where things are obsolete, just like Director Sloan was just saying, or things that sometimes are not clearly communicated. The writing is not good, we need to update that writing, or where there is conflict in policy, and we see that sometimes too, because things will change. Sometimes policy is not even just board, comes from
The state, yeah.
forcing us to
Yeah.
do things, so.
Yeah.
So like another example is this, the bottom slide where it says tactics, the actions by which a strategy is carried out. So to me, that's where it gets gray. Sometimes we fall over into, operations, how are you gonna execute this stuff? So I mean, but it looks like that's one of the roles.
I think also you need to look at my contract clearly as well. And if you look at my contract and job description, you'll see in there what the board has hired the general manager position, whether it's me or someone else in the future, to do.
Mhm.
I'm not going anywhere. That's goals.
Okay.
That it helps you understand what my position is responsible for versus the board. So I think that if you look at the admin code, the role of the board and my contract, I think that helps alleviate some of those lines. And I didn't add that today because we don't have a lot of
Got
time.
enough.
But it can be something we definitely look at in the future.
So I wish that we had a safety word for when we're crossing over into, and we could just say it to each other. You know what I mean? When we're crossing over and how to execute, or how to do it.
I think that is a fabulous idea.
Yeah, so we could just say the word instead of you having to say, well, I think that crosses over into, you know what I mean, very gently. So anybody want to, come on, write or suggest a word for us?
I know,
I've got a word,
with my daughters, when we're having an off day or we see attitude coming out,
Uh-huh.
we just say blueberries.
Yeah.
It's a sweet
Oh,
word. We like
uh-huh.
blueberries.
Okay,
I don't think
I was
it'll work
thinking
for
for
you.
cinnamon, but well, yeah,
It's pineapple.
pineapple, yeah, uh-huh. So
No, I
looks
like
it's
it.
all
So we're
fruit.
into fruit.
Yeah.
Apparently we all like fruit.
Yeah. I think blueberries is cute, but let's just say blueberries. So that means that I'm gonna say it when I think people are not moving us forward or, asking questions that are too detailed about how it's gonna be, something's gonna be executed.
Oh, you mean you think that the staff, that's a.
No,
staff thing.
us.
No, I
Okay.
understand, but you're saying that we shouldn't be doing that because the staff. will-
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So I'll just say blueberries.
Well, the way
That's
I
a good
do it,
reminder.
I just simply wanted, an example would be the idea of taking the demonstration garden and doing the whole front in the same theme and then going out all the way to Sunset here. I end that by saying, that's just a thought on my part. You do what you think is best.
Yeah.
I forget what the exact words were, but I always disclaim saying I'm not pushing and then coming back a week later and saying, well, what have you done?
Right,
I don't do that. You can't do that. There's such a gap between what we understand of how this place operates and how it actually operates.
Yeah.
Because we're just elected or appointed folks
Mhm.
that wandered in here one day and said, yeah, I'll do it. Kind of a thing. And we can't walk in there like we own the place and say, why haven't you done this? Or why haven't you done that? We can't do that because she'll have a list of reasons why she does what she does, how she prioritizes stuff. There's budgetary issues, there's structure in all of these documents and stuff that she has to acknowledge and go by and all that. And so for us to go in and say, well, what have you done today? It's rude is what it is. So you can say it in plain language, and I'd like the general manager to say politely, but directly,
Blueberry.
pineapple. Okay. Please.
Very good. Any other comments on this section? And hopefully we dissect it down and it doesn't mean in the future, if we're still unclear, that we can't talk about it. It's not a one and done conversation. These things evolve over time.
Totally. Yeah, I feel like I've needed the instruction ever since I set foot in this building. you know, because I'm an action kind of person. And I have to, you know, be careful.
Also, committed and directed people who came in at a rough time, that the COVID time was, everything was very different.
Yeah.
So you didn't really get the best introduction.
And then we had a scary admin helping us, so.
Any other comments on these slides? No?
Thank you very much for including.
Into the next section, Jeff's gonna take over for about the
Alright.
next 65 minutes. And you said you wanna put the slides up?
And you keep me honest on that time, but I was just gonna say, I think that the GM board role is more in item 6 on your agenda later, but I'm happy to help. I think this will set some of the framework for that, and then I can help contribute to the
Perfect.
discussion then as well. And just a couple of prefaces on this presentation. It is a lot of information to cover. The Brown Act, I'm gonna cover and touch on the basics. I'm gonna go somewhat quickly through it because you are limited on time. I will add, and I actually didn't realize I volunteered for this until a couple of days ago, but for CFDA, we actually have a Brown Act presentation next week. It's virtual. It is 3 hours on Wednesday and 3 hours on Thursday, which means the Brown Act has a lot of material. It doesn't have that much material. So that will be a presentation that will go slower.
Oh, your screen.
And we'll probably leave lots of time for questions to try and cover a 6-hour time frame in the Brown Act, which is perhaps a little long. But that is available, and it will be more in depth than I can go here because it is a lot of information in the Brown Act. What I tried to do in this presentation was focus, just kind of give you a quick overview of some key concepts to keep in mind. The idea not being that you're intricately knowledgeable in each of these, but that you start to get exposure to the Brown Act, so it triggers questions in your mind, and you can ask me at a meeting. That's why general counsel is here. If you have an issue or a question. So with that in mind, I'm going to go through, and I'm going to cover rules of order, and then we're going to talk about the Brown Act. And within the Brown Act discussion, we're going to talk about social media considerations that you need to have as you interact online under the Brown Act, which is just thoughts to keep in mind as you live your virtual life as well. Yes.
So, do you want us to wait till the end to ask questions, or can we?
You can ask them as we go. I'm gonna try and go relatively quickly,
Okay.
so I'll keep an eye on time.
Okay,
Obviously 65 minutes and I have a lot of information to
All
go
right.
through, so I can take them at the end or you can ask them.
Okay.
I tend to like them when we're on a subject, so that way you can
Okay.
remember the questions.
Could briefly, just
Yes.
housekeeping, you do have the slides and here you can follow through.
oh, great.
I'm happy to put through.
When you get them out.
Sure.
Yeah.
I also wanted to mention the conferences that are coming up, there's a workshop on the Brown Act.
Yes, probably any conference, whether it's CSTA, whether it's whether it's always a Brown Act discussion.
Yeah.
CSDAs are somewhat nice because they, that was after. Oh, wait. Okay. I'm good. Yep, can you hit escape to get rid of the, I don't want to touch anything and go off the wrong slide. Now I probably messed you up.
Right.
Okay, let's see, I can.
I can do that. I can barely see it though. I can go here.
It'd be better if it were on a black background, FYI.
It's
For projection. Yeah, that's how it misses standard. I'm gonna repeat everything I ever said in the email.
Okay.
you sent.
I listened.
It's working for me.
It's not working. Okay, I can try it from here.
Okay. By clicking it, just got rid of my title.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. So first I'm going to cover some rules of order, and this isn't really an absolute rule. You probably all heard of Robert's rules. Everyone thinks they follow them. I don't think most agencies do.
I don't think we know.
They are extraordinarily complicated and most people don't know them. I've heard of stories and I've seen it somewhat weaponized by board members who have intimate knowledge of Robert's rules, because you can tie up a board for hours if you like. But I did want to introduce, there is a concept, Rosenberg's rules, which is a truncated version of Robert's rules that is simplified for what actually occurs at public meetings. I will also mention, you have in your administrative code, which we'll be reviewing later, Also some board meeting procedures in there as well, and they seem relatively consistent with the key versions of, all consistent with Robert's rules and fairly consistent with the Rosenberg rules. There's a copy of the Rosenberg rules. You don't have to read it now, but it's in your packet of information. And it just kind of provides you with this article by this judge who tried to truncate these rules for boards. Thank you. So what is the purpose of Robert's Rule of Order? It allows for the affairs of an organization to be controlled by, and really the point of any rules of order, it's to allow the organization to be controlled by the general will of the whole board, but protect the right of the minority views of the board to be heard so that issues are deliberated in open, in public, and protects against railroading, and make sure that issues are discussed so that, there are always point of view that come up that may not have been considered. And that is the point of a rule of order, to provide a format for a board meeting to occur. And I would say, I think you generally follow these from my experience, what I've seen, at least in the last couple of years. It may not historically always been true from, I hear, decades ago. There was some animosity, perhaps, but next slide.
I just wanted to say the third point there, having the public behave also, because you see the board behaving is very important.
Absolutely.
And I just wanted to say, one of the things I've done in my past is video recorded board meetings, city council meetings and such, and I find that they behave when they're being recorded.
That's true. That could be true.
It helps. It really does help.
And so in terms of these aren't rules. The board is free to adopt as much or as little as it wants. Obviously, as you look at your admin code, if you see issues from Rosenberg rules, you might want to consider that in incorporating. Though I think they are largely consistent. You don't want to have them imposed to such a degree that there's an artificiality to your meeting. Obviously, there are differences in agencies. If you have an agency where 500 members of the public are showing up every meeting, you probably need more formality than you do when only a few members are there and you know them, and it's a local meeting. So water districts get some benefits in that regard, in terms of being able to kind of gauge the level of formality that is needed while staying within the federal rules. Robert's rules are obviously more common, but like I said, not likely followed. Next slide. So I would actually, I have this slide in there. You could always consider adopting or amending a bylaw policy which provides for Rosenberg rules. I think in your case, as you look at your admin code, you can always consider these rules as you review the provisions you currently have. Maybe ultimately you look to revise your administrative code if necessary to accommodate any of the provisions in Robert's rules. Next slide. So very basic Robert's rules structure, as you all are familiar with. You largely follow it. You open a meeting. You're making sure that, well, actually, I'd go into the role of the president. And Tom does a great job of this, so I don't know that you need a reminder of it. But you open the meeting. You make sure the agenda is followed. Sometimes you have Sarah make sure that the agenda is followed if as items come up. Recognize members. All members of the board are entitled to speak, and I think you guys do a great job with that. So it's helpful to restate motions or rules when they, especially when there's significant debate on an item, or there may be issues that have come up in between. You want to remind everyone what the motion is. You count votes, and obviously no matter is ready for debate until it's still stated by the president. And you guys follow that. And I would say, one thing I would say that does, and I've seen it the other way, which I think is intended by Robert's rules. I would say every agency that I see, for the most part, does it the way you do. And I think it works well for an agency where you have an item, you have a discussion, and then a motion is made based on that discussion. I have seen in instances, and I think the rules contemplate a motion and a second first, and then discussion on that motion. For a level of formality that I see, water districts, I don't think that's a necessary requirement, but I have seen agencies where you can have 45 minutes of discussion with no real direction because there's no motion on the, no one, you may all agree and you don't need to talk for 45 minutes. I have seen agencies enforce the rule that you need a motion and a second, and then you can discuss the issue, whether on that motion, if it ends up not being approved, there could be an alternative motion, you could amend the motion, substitute motions. It's probably level formality you don't.
I wanted to say, I was used to that.
Don't
And
worry.
when I came here, I kept saying, aren't, shouldn't we pass the motion first and then discuss? And, and
I think
so
the
I've had to
rules-
adapt
Yeah.
to this.
The rules are written in that way, but I have honestly only seen one agency ever. Everyone else I see,
Yeah.
they do exactly the way you
I
guys
think
do.
city
So,
councils.
city council may be
why I'm-
stricter, yeah.
Yeah, that maybe why I'm familiar
Yeah.
with that.
Yes.
Well, so on the courtesy and decorum side, it said that a couple of things that typically speaking, only the speaker should have the floor at any given time and should not be interrupted. And then the speaker should first be recognized by the president before they take the floor. I looked further on and I had read that another thing is that once the speaker, the director is done speaking, there are no go backs, Jane Jarlsberg. And I just wondered if that's true. That they're not allowed to go, oh, I got one more thing, because
Well,
then it
typically-
extends things.
So my understanding of what the rules encourage is that no other board member go back until every other board member has spoken. I don't know that there's any hard, it is a discussion.
Well, that's in the administrative code.
Oh, is that where I read it?
Yes.
Okay, that was, there's no
That's
go
correct.
back. That's it. They're done talking and then that's it.
No,
That's how I see
don't-
MWA
I
do
don't
it.
think that's what you're, I could be wrong. We can look at that when we get to
Okay,
that section.
all
I
right,
believe your
okay.
admin code provides that every board member will get a chance to speak before you go
Yeah.
back to another opinion. Because it is a discussion, and as the five of you speak, you may be raising points that may change others, so.
That triggers.
We can look at that when we get there, but
Okay,
I believe that it contemplated was that every member gets to speak first, so that everyone's had a chance for their input before there's then further discussion among the board members. And again, it's a level of formality judgment, but it's something you can consider as well. Yeah.
So wait until everybody speaks, because then they might say what you were gonna follow up on.
And that's possible
yeah.
too, yeah. But often what a board member, the second, third board member might say might trigger a question, and it is supposed to be a discussion,
Okay.
so.
Thank you.
So Rosenberg rules are very helpful in that they do provide a 10-step process for managing agenda items. Again, I think we follow this fairly closely.
Yes.
Go, next slide. Announcing the item and format to be followed and considering an item. I don't know that you need to necessarily announce a format in your forum. The city council might be more important when you have more members of the public and people who are familiar with your organization. Typically, the order is to invite the appropriate staff person to report on an item first, as you typically do. Ask the board if any technical questions or clarification remain based on that presentation. Next slide. Then that's a good time to invite the public to speak. If the decision has been made to have public comment during that item, I'll get to that caveat at the end of this slide. And then once the public comment ends, the president should announce public input is concluded. Your agenda, and actually this is a function of the Brown Act. You have choices. You have to allow for public comment before an item is heard. There are two ways to do this. And we actually kind of cover both on the agenda. You can have an item at the beginning of the agenda that provides an opportunity for anyone to speak on any agenda item, which is what we have. We allow to speak on non-agenda items or agenda items. But then as you may note on our agenda, we give discretion to the president to determine if on a particular item, comments will be held until that item is heard. So if you have a major item on the agenda where it's going to be more helpful for the board to hear those public comments at that time, then you can always defer there. The Brown Act just requires that the public have input before you consider an item. So that can be either at the beginning of the meeting in a public comment timeframe or during the item. But before the board votes, at some point, they have to have an opportunity to speak. Next slide. And then, of course, you invite a motion. Actually, we may skip this slide.
Oops, I think there's a.
It's going quickly. Then, of course, you invite a motion. There's no rule the president can't bring a motion It is less typical that the president does. Usually you're given the opportunity, but there's many ways to do that. You can encourage a motion, you can reject a motion, or you can bring a motion. You are president of the fully functioning members board. There's nothing that prohibits the president from bringing the motion himself. But more often than not, the president tries to avoid that until it's necessary for an item.
Pretty rare.
Yeah.
But it's possible.
Yes, yeah, you are still a board member, so you have all the right to move forward.
Okay.
Ask anyone if they wish a second. Oh, yeah. Of course. Thank you. I didn't think of that. And then it always can be helpful to ensure that there's an understanding of the motion before a vote, by asking if the president can repeat or ask the secretary to repeat a motion. Many of your items, I don't know that's necessary if you're going, especially when you're following a staff recommendation, but when it's something that the board is maybe modifying, or it's one of those items that really is up to the board to come up with its recommendation through discussion, it's more complicated, you may want to repeat the motion, but everyone understands, and the public understands what you're voting. And then, of course, invite discussion on the motion. We already kind of covered this concept, but
I was curious about the thing at the end, so I don't see it on yours. If a board.
you know what, I might have,
Edited
The
the
next-
slides.
yes.
Okay.
No, I didn't
It's
edit
the
them.
next,
I'm just trying to get to the next.
Oh, the next one. I'm sorry. Oh,
the next slide.
oh, so sorry. Thank you.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were on that slide. That's all right.
No problem. I had a clicker in my car. I should have brought it in, but I didn't.
Yeah.
And so then you invite discussion on items. There is, so I'm assuming you're talking about the ability to limit debate.
Yeah, I love this. I'm gonna be starting to say this. I move to limit debate.
There is a procedure that a board member, and it can be brought up at any time, but there can be a motion to limit debate on an item.
Could it be
It-
call for the voters? I mean, there's another term that.
Yeah, it's called for the vote, but also, yeah, absolutely. In that case, it is a point of order. The president can kind of handle how that occurs. You have the option to ask if any objection to that. If no one objects, then obviously, you can just proceed to vote. If someone does object because they'd like an opportunity to speak, if it's made, for instance, too early, let's say 2 board members have commented and the rest want to speak.
All right, yeah.
Then there could be an objection, then you'd call for a vote, take 2/3 vote to actually pass the motion to limit debate. If that passes, then you go to vote, otherwise you continue with discussion, so. Yeah.
So when I say point of order, I move to limit debate. That's
Yes.
because you
Yeah.
introduced it with point of order.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
And I think that's covered in more detail in Robert's rules, and I believe your administrator.
On 2/3 of a 5 member board, that would be 4 members.
That would be 4 members, correct?
Oh, good question. It was like a 3.
Yeah,
good
three
question.
only gets you past half, so.
Oh, okay.
Well, let's understand too, that I'm gonna be really reluctant to cut people off. I do not want to do that. One of my missions is openness. One of my values, I guess you could say, is openness.
Yeah, of course.
Air everything out.
Yeah, of course.
It doesn't look odd to the viewing public that we're.
Right.
Don't want to go there for some reason.
Right, right.
Whatever it is.
And that is the role of the president to make those initial determinations. Someone could bring an order to appeal, so then it goes to a vote of the board whether to do it, but that is
However, we do drift sometimes off topic, and that's my job too, to either not participate in that or to remind people that we're getting far.
I don't
afield,
think
as
you
they
do that
say.
much, so I don't recall too much of that. Unless it's one of your stories, but it's always on topic.
I think David does that, so I think
Oh.
there's some drifting of the topic with some of what David offers.
Okay.
Well, we'll get to it.
You're
Here.
And then once discussion is closed, then there's a vote, and then the president or the secretary announces the vote. One of the things I'll just mention, the Brown Act does require that it be clear how people voted. In your case, you guys typically go by roll call, so it's not an issue. And that's really the minutes actually I'm referring to. So the minutes should reflect, if there's a split vote, the minutes should reflect, yes. That's typically what you do. So,
So I thought, okay, and I had done some reading on this, and read that, and he's changed it a little bit now where he says, all in favor, say aye.
Yeah.
So that doesn't necessarily reflect individual voting, but I like that because it moves the meeting forward.
It does, and I see many operate that way. Roll call is not required by the Brown Act unless someone is video conferencing. So whether if you're under the emergency rule or you're on the emergency under the new rules of just compensation request or just cause request, you do have to go by roll call. Otherwise, it's not required. I would say typically I've seen you guys do roll call, but you may have had some.
We've moved away from it a little to speed things up, but on the important things, we're still doing roll call, so that would be our resolutions or ordinance. So anything important still is getting a roll call is the way we've been practicing.
What I want to do too is if we get a no, all in favor say aye, and if somebody says no, I want to do a roll call then.
That makes sense.
Exactly who's doing what.
Yeah.
That probably helps Lisa as well, so.
Yes.
See. I'm trying to find No problem. So common motions that and this is one area I've seen people tie things up with Robert's rules, but motion to move an item, obviously is the most common one. There can be, if there's an issue dispute, there's really two other motions that can be made, a motion to amend the motion made. If that is seconded, then you'd have two motions on the table, the original motion and one with an amendment to that first motion. You can also do a substitute motion, which is an alternative. There may be a motion and a second, and then someone makes a substitute motion, which would be a different proposed action. They get a second. They basically go in order in terms of the last motion. So if you got, let's say you had a motion to move an item, a motion to amend, and then a substitute motion, all duly seconded, you would take a vote on the substitute motion first, then the amended motion, and then the motion to move. The first one to pass obviously would be the action taken, but yes.
What if there's no vote, no second? Is that?
If there's no second, then that motion fails.
It fails.
Yeah, you need a second to have.
We just had that happen, and I thought that's what the answer was. but
You never know.
We did have it happen one time.
One time.
On something I moved.
Great study, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it
Yes, and I think you guys followed proper procedure there. I think you had an issue that I recall.
We did.
So did we get announced, your motion failed, your motion?
I think actually in that case, yeah, you could say motion fails for lack of second or motion fails for vote. I think in that case, actually, you had a motion and then a vote and then it failed, so you had a motion and a vote. So you actually didn't have any amended or substitute.
Good question.
Yeah.
How long are we supposed to wait if there's no second?
It's kind of up to the board president, but I mean, it should be rather quick.
And sometimes it's.
It goes forever.
Yeah, we're sitting there waiting for the second one to finally comes.
I don't want that.
Got it, good question.
Yeah.
Well, it's a courtesy thing too, you don't want. Somebody else to do it.
A reasonable amount of time for some thought and consideration, give you time to make a decision. And there are some undebatable motions to adjourn, motions to recess. Where the president can set a time for recess, motion to fix time to adjourn.
What's that?
To recess?
No, motion to fix time saying I make a motion that we adjourn today at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, you can set a hard deadline is what you would do, and then the meeting would end at
Oh.
11 p.m. if that's the time you set, unless a motion was made at that time to extend the meeting.
Okay, and so can anybody make that motion or to adjourn, a fixed time to adjourn, or is that the president?
Anyone can make these motions.
Oh, okay, all right.
And if they're seconded, they're heard, and they don't have to be, there's not discussion. Just, it can be a second and then a vote. So,
What happens if we don't get through the whole agenda and the fixed time is, 8:30?
then those items would not be addressed, so you'd have to move to an
Did
next.
you amend that motion?
Or do you table?
Yeah, you can always
Later.
motion to extend time by 30 minutes.
Yeah,
It could be
I mean.
Yeah.
I've
So
seen
that's
that
an
happen.
option, yeah.
We try not to pack the agenda, so we don't have.
Yeah, no, that
There's-
doesn't happen too often, but.
And I'm gonna try and get to the rest of this quickly so I can get into the Brown Act component. Motions typically requiring more than a simple majority, motions to limit debate like we discussed. I don't think motions and nominations are something you too often need to deal with here. I'm gonna actually just go past this slide because I think it's And again, exceptions to interrupting is, so typically you're not supposed to interrupt a speaker. The president is a point of order. Well, obviously anyone can bring a point of privilege, addressing matters unrelated to the agenda. It's hot in here. Can we address this issue?
Oh,
So do you say I move our point of order, point of
Just
privilege?
call point of
yeah, yeah.
Oh, just call point of
Yeah,
privilege.
say that.
Oh, okay, I never knew that. Mhm.
Point of order deals with the order of the meeting. The
Okay.
president skips a vote without having a discussion. You can just bring a point of order. No one needs interrupt the speaker for that. And an appeal, when the president makes a ruling and a member disagrees, they may appeal. When they're seconded by another member, then it can be a discussion and subsequent vote. Kind of along the same lines, following the words a day, and then a motion member may withdraw his motion at any time when it's open. And so the president usually would ask the second
Oh, yeah.
member or the seconding member if they wish to bring the motion themselves. So, and I've seen that happen occasionally, but
Yeah.
not too often. And then last, in limited circumstances, the board member may call for a motion to reconsider if they have a subsequent change of heart, but these are important to remember. Sorry, the slide didn't run. There we go. Can only be brought by someone who voted with the majority. So if you voted with the majority, want a motion to consider at the same meeting, you can bring one. If you were in the minority that lost on that motion, you can't do it. So it is limited to the exclusive voting. If the motion to reconsider passes, the original motion is reopened for discussion and vote. And then one thing I just wanted to remind you on in terms of counting votes, you are a county water district, so a majority of members is always required to pass any item. So you always require 3 votes, whether you have 3 people here, whether you have 5.
Oh,
There are some agencies, like California Water District, for instance, they require a majority of quorum. So if they have 3 members present, 2 can pass something. But you guys by statute have a majority of all members of the board, so you are always 3, and a tie vote always fails.
and 3 is always a quorum.
3 is a quorum for you, yes, by statute.
But if 3 people are present, 2
Right.
people are absent.
You need
all
unanimous.
3 have to
That's the vote you said, Mike.
Yes. So if they get a 2-1 vote, then that motion fails. It has to be brought back to another meeting if there was a case that would be an issue. Okay, now brown names.
Oh, there it is, thank you.
And again, I will try to do these relatively quickly, just to touch on the concepts. The key in the Brown Act, I think, in keeping in mind, actually, are you looking for this slide?
Is it in there?
It is in the late training presentation and Brown Act starts with play. If you remember nothing else, I think remembering the rule will always help guide you.
Yeah.
Hear me, I'm gonna bring the point of privilege.
Yeah, there was
The
more
air
in there.
conditioner getting kind of cold.
There you go.
No, really, right now.
Yeah.
I got one.
Yeah, but there was a section in there.
Can you just see a little bit? What's it called? What do you say?
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege, could you adjust the air conditioner a little bit? It's getting a little cool. A little cool, just like 1 tick.
Way to apply what we've discussed. If you forget nothing, remember nothing else about the Brown Act, I think if you remember the core, you'll always know when to ask questions. All meetings of the legislative body of JBWD shall be open and public, and all persons shall be permitted to attend any meeting of JBWD except as otherwise provided in this chapter. Those exceptions are the closed sessions. So other than that, there is always a right of the public to participate. And that is the prime, really the prime directive of the Brown Act. If you remember that, I think the rest of it will kind of flow from that.
So I just have something I wanted to share. So it seems to me that we followed the Brown Act really well. What's not seen to the staff is the diligence with which the board, tries not, doesn't discuss agency business when there's several of us together.
Yeah.
Or we don't go around and discuss, my pen on the table. we don't go around and neighborize our, I don't call Jane and then I call Thomas and talk to him about it and stuff. We don't do that. Somebody tells us something, we don't go and share it with somebody else. So we're very, very careful. And just one thing I want to say, I wouldn't see that we need to spend much time on the Brown Act because we follow it so carefully. And we also do the required training. What is it, every 2 years, every 3 years or whatever, right? So anyway, I just didn't know why we were going to spend this much time on it. So I just want to share that.
Yeah, and. it's
Because
your
I
meeting,
have some
it is your
questions
meeting,
on the-
so
on the-
I can rush through.
Yeah.
Or we.
Yeah, I would say that. I have questions on the Rosenberg stuff that I didn't feel like I didn't get to ask because we're kind of rushing.
Well, we make every effort to comply with the Brown Act.
Yeah.
But something to consider too is how negative the consequences could be when we don't. Maybe that's a
Yes.
reason to at least overview some of this stuff. The blue chip poker game we're playing.
Right, and I don't really have enforcement in here, but we can certainly discuss that.
A couple of comments that, I think a lot of what, Stacy's talking about is appearances. And it really depends on how it appears to the public when we're together, whether we've not talked
That's
about,
always
we
true.
just talk about the weather or whatever. And so those are the concerns I think that we have. And, fortunately, I don't think we've had anybody really complaining about it. But, the other thing is, it says the meetings are open to, shall be open in public. The public is not necessarily just our customers. It's
Right.
like somebody from Morongo Valley wants to talk. So, yeah, I mean, I just want to make sure.
Yes,
Well, I think what I was trying to say is when it's like the three of us riding in a car, I was just
Right.
sharing, we're very careful.
Oh,
You know
yeah,
what
no,
I mean?
I'm
So
saying
when
that's-
there's no perception of
I agree
anybody,
with
because
that.
it's just that, no one's perceiving us anyway.
I hardly got a word in it.
Dan and I talked so much recently, yeah. You, have always demonstrated that to me, but perception is perception and we can't
Right,
necessarily
yeah,
change
right.
that. That's the harder part. And there has been some comments made to me by public and customers with that regard. Why are three going? So while it is, I think you're doing the right thing, the perception is otherwise. Not for everybody, just because one person says it doesn't mean. it's true,
Right.
But just something to think about. So,
Oh, yeah, we do
Yeah,
think about it.
especially the last meeting where all four of us were there kind of by accident. So,
and so just quick on this one, just a reminder, Brown Act is a constitutional right since 2004, I believe it was. So the courts already had direction to interpret it liberally in favor of public participation. That's more so constitutional provisions to tie it in. And so the intent of the law will be heavily enforced in favor of the public. I won't spend too much time on examples of legislative bodies, but obviously that's the board itself, your standing committees appointed by the board. That's really your primary, other types of entities. I have had some that created private corporations for different reasons. If that's established by the elected body, that's covered by the Brown Act. But primarily in your case, it's your board and your standing.
One of the things that's occurred to me lately is this 3-minute rule. Wherein, I mean, even today, I believe Gwen Harris is monitoring. We have one public person participating, listening in. And in other words, if there's only one or two, I'm inclined to stretch that, a little bit. But if we have a rate study meeting, if we have a line of people that want to talk. So I'm kind of okay when I do that.
Yeah, that's really at the discretion of the board president. I think you would, and the board ultimately, if there's the order is, but it is, that's how I've usually seen it done. I mean, obviously, if you have a substantial number of public, that it is the people's meeting, but if the meeting, the comments are gonna take 2.5 hours, which I have seen, then obviously you need to have regulations in place. If you have one comment, I think you can be more flexible in the 3 minutes.
Well, it gets back to the openness thing again, where I don't want to be somebody that if there's a negative appearance to cutting someone off.
Right.
And you know, because maybe they're gonna say something.
Yeah.
Sensitive or something.
I think it's a
So I wanna
judgment.
Avoid that.
You want to use your judgment call because you want to be consistent as well. You don't want to give more time in one situation and then in a very similar situation. Where someone might perceive it's based on the comments they're making, you cut them off in 3 minutes. So I think you want to be consistent in your application, but and that's why you have the rules for 3 minutes, but giving extra time here and there is typically what I see done in a situation like this.
Right, so because on slide 9, it said, when multiple members of the public wish to speak, the president may appropriately limit the time of each speaker. So that means that you can, the rest of the time, you don't have to limit it. So this was in the previous Rosenbergs. And then it also says, president, however, has the discretion to take comments on agendized items then or during each item. So anyway, I'm sorry, I thought that looked like you could say you didn't want to take any comments.
No, no.
So it looks like you can go past that unless there are multiple speakers and we've got a time constraint.
Just one.
And where I see that more common, where like so often agencies, 3 minutes is pretty standard rule on public agencies. But I've seen issues where they have 60 speakers, and what a lot of agencies do is they have. I'm talking school districts and those that get a lot of public. They tend to have a rule of 3 minutes per speaker and 20-minute time frame for public comments. So they have two rules in place, but they might get 40 comment cards. So obviously. Now you're looking at a substantially longer period of time. So the board may, and usually I see this done in that case by motion so that the board gets a chance to address it, but there may be a motion to limit comments to 2 minutes and extend the overall time to 40 minutes or so that you give everyone a chance to speak, but you may limit the 3 minutes down to a shorter period of time just because you are trying to run a meeting and trying to keep it running efficiently as well. So I don't think other than you have that issue other than a Prop 218 hearing, and Prop 218, we all expect to be related. So
This thing about comment cards,
yes,
is that rigid? Or in other words, you can't, MWA wants these things in advance of the meeting. And when you are having a discussion, things come up, you haven't submitted a card.
I've seen that. So again, I've never seen a water district have the comment cards. I would advise against anything that is required in advance of a meeting by any unreasonable amount. It certainly helps. The speaker cards is so you kind of understand what you're expecting and you know who to call up and you can give some order. If you have 40 comment cards, you want them to come up one at a time, you call their name, they come up, you can run the meeting efficiently. Comment cards, I've only seen typically where there's lots of public comments made. I haven't seen a water district that I've worked with do it. Because if you get 2 members of the public, it's a big meeting. But for instance, in the Prop 218, it might have been a good time to have a comment card so that you could have made sure everyone who wanted to speak was heard. And you called the order so that it was, and I can't remember what you did.
Well, I was just gonna offer, the comment cards would be nice also because when people left, then we'd still have their comment because people didn't want to wait.
And I should clarify, it's not necessarily, people can submit written comments as well.
Yeah.
But the comment card actually meant speaker cards.
Oh,
where
okay.
People just kind of indicate that their desire to speak.
Okay, and the last thing I wanted to offer is I think we kind of fell down on this when we had the rate study, because I remember people in the audience complaining that we were not making them go by the 3-minute rule. Anyway, just want to share that.
Yeah.
But again, I think if you're consistent with everyone speaking. And
Oh, okay.
giving them,
Oh, okay.
Then
I think we're talking about 2 different comment periods. One is just open comment where someone has something they want to say. And the other is comments to a discussion of a motion or a topic. And that's where you're probably gonna go past 3 minutes if they really want to clarify what their issues are.
your limit doesn't apply, it doesn't make that distinction between which one,
But I think in reality, it's more likely that during a comment period on a discussion topic or an agenda item, it's gonna possibly go longer.
I did notice that on the county, they limit 12 minutes. In other words, 4 3-minute comments of any person. Because the county board of supervisors, they have people that are capable of rambling on and on
Right.
and having.
I've seen part of the perverse limits too, and things like that, yeah. So and you're allowed to have reasonable rules and regulations that are directed at providing public input, but also ensuring that the business of the meeting continues and is heard. In the end, it is open for the public and you need their input, but at the same time, it's also your meeting to run. So you need to actually get the items of business. So
I think,
it is meant to avoid a filibuster.
Yeah.
Stacy made a good point about if we do have a big crowd, I think we've seen it in the past is where you'd have a line of people standing there, which can interfere with the view of other people in the room. And so if they're submitting a comment card, request to speak card, then everybody could stay seated.
Yeah.
I think it's better for people.
And like a Prop 218, you can always, announce the next speaker and then the 2 on deck speakers or something like that.
Oh,
So
okay,
you
and
kind of-
yeah, that's a good way to do it.
If you, it's rare for you to need to do that, but if
Yeah.
you have that many commenters, then that's a way to kind of keep the meeting moving efficiently, get people to speak. So,
Want to point out that we
Yes.
only have about 20 minutes left in the
Okay.
section and we have a lot more to go through.
so I think you guys understand what a meeting is. The one thing I highlight, is obviously whenever a majority of you are present. The one thing I did want to highlight out of this though is, because I don't think this is always appreciated. It is not just when you are taking action, it is when you are hearing discussion on an item, you're discussing, you're deliberating or taking action. So it doesn't matter, it is a broader scope than just taking action on an item. So I just wanted to highlight that. What is not a meeting? This may come up for you from time to time. Obviously, individual contacts and discussions you have with any members of the public are not meetings. You do have these ones come up, attendance of the majority of members at various, including a conference or similar gatherings open to the public for issues of general concern. Attendance of the majority at open and publicized meetings of other agencies. Notice meetings of kind of an inconsistency I always view in the Brown Act here, where attendance of majority and open notice meeting of an entity of your agency, but you have to remember there are special rules for your committees that if it's a standing committee meeting that has been noticed by the Brown Act, other board members can be present as observers, but you can't participate in comment in those meetings. And a caveat to all of the conferences, as Stacey, I believe you that mentioned, Jay may have touched on it as well. A caveat: you're at Aqua, you're at CSDA, you can't discuss among yourselves anything outside of the scheduled part of the meeting to do with the specific nature of the jurisdiction of JBWD. So you shouldn't be talking about JBWD items unless it's part of the program that you're participating in for everyone.
You mean talk about it with each other?
Right, correct.
Right, and so to Jane's comment, it doesn't matter if 4 of us are at an event, Jane. It doesn't
It
violate
doesn't matter,
anything.
but I don't sit with you, I said.
Right.
Totally
Yeah.
different case.
And that's a different thing. You're talking about issue of perception.
Yes.
Perception.
But I'm just saying it's not a problem if there are 4 of us.
You have conflicts of interest and you have appearances of conflict.
Yeah.
So you need to be aware of kind of all. Serial meetings, I'll cover just briefly because it's going to segue me my way into social media. I think it's a thing we did want to cover, even if we don't have time for it all. Serial meetings are meetings outside of your published meetings that can occur, and they can occur through a series of communications. So it would be, and I have some examples. If you can't develop a consensus outside of a notice public meeting by a variety of different ways. So one of the ways this can happen is, board member number 1 talks to 2, who talks to 3, who talks to 4, and you start to develop a consensus across how board members are thinking. That's prohibited serial meeting and not okay. You shouldn't be discussing in a way that creates a majority. And as you can see, board member number 1 may not realize what board member 2 is going to do. So it may not be an intentional Brown Act violation. But once you start, you talk to someone else and then you start to talk to a third board member about what you
Don't do
the
it.
other one. That's a
I
problem.
don't do it.
What is okay, staff can send out information to board members. As you see, this flows out one way, you get information, it's not a Brown Act violation. You can even have situations where the information flows from out to board members and then back to Sarah. but in questions and answers back and forth between you individually, the staff member, in that case, that would be Sarah's obligation not to communicate comments or positions of other board members in the Q&A. So they would be one way between Sarah and you, not others. Email's the dangerous one, and now social media, I think, has fallen that as well.
That picture, weird.
Replies to all, yes, so that could be a situation, an email goes out and then to everyone on a reply to all situation, and then another board member replies to all. As you can see, obviously now you have the communication between all board members. It's a very easy one to do.
You mean to make the mistake, because I see that
Yes.
happening. Jane will reply to all and say,
Right.
I'll be there.
Right.
You know, what I mean?
And that
That's a
case,
violation.
it is not, so I would avoid that if you can.
Right.
And we can also
I haven't
avoid
done
that
it for a long
on our
time.
side by doing BCCs to board members, so that when you reply to all, it's not gonna go to all the board members, because your email can't see that. it
Well,
was.
I don't think Lisa's been sending to all the board members.
But that's a way to do it.
Reply to all is.
No, we do
Oh,
often. You just don't notice it because we send it in a blank
Blank.
or a copy.
yeah,
so
but if
you
we
can't get
reply
the
to
file.
all, we're not replying to the
No,
blind
I
copy.
would just say, go into your settings and disable your reply all button. Get rid of it.
And so for that example, you know, if that one's close on the line.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily substance within, whether Jane's gonna be present at an event is not necessarily within the subject matter jurisdiction of JBWD in terms of what you're doing. Probably not a violation, but it's better to avoid it.
Yeah, what I'm doing. But this prohibited by email, I do have times where I want to share something with all the board members and I send to Sarah or Lisa. I wasn't sure if I should
So that's a
send to
great,
Lisa.
great question too. So if Jean wants to share something to all the board members and she asks us to do it on her behalf, that's a violation too.
Like a link to
A reading, or something to read.
Again, it depends on what it is, but
That could-
in that situation, you can always talk to me first
Okay,
and see if
all
there's.
right.
oh, okay.
Because if it does
That's
impact
what I'm
people
not
in the
sure.
future, then it could potentially
Right,
be a
exactly.
violation.
Yeah.
So sending it out, whether you're doing it or you're asking someone to do it on your behalf, could end up in this situation.
Okay,
So then in that instance, she's supposed to just talk about it at a meeting, and I've got this link and.
So at that
Right.
point, that's a good question. So-
Well, if it's gonna be discussed at a meeting, then that information can be provided as part of the board packet. and
Okay,
shared.
because otherwise that's the only time she could do it, if we're not,
Right.
can't do the email. Okay.
So if it's on the agenda at a notice meeting for discussion and maybe part of the board packet, that's fine.
It's not necessarily on the agenda,
But it's
though, be
not.
under board reports or
Oh, got
comments.
it.
And it'd be something that she read that is important.
Oh, yeah,
Like another water district problems, that's a good
there's
example.
something out of the LA
and
Times.
that's not within the jurisdiction of JBWD, so that example would be fine. So
Okay.
if you verified with us, if you needed to, but that would be fine.
So on sending the email out.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Oh, good, I'm glad we talked about that, because that's been one that's kind of
It's sticky.
fuzzy.
What I did want to get into, and I know I've talked to the board when this first came out, but I know we have several members that weren't, I think a lot of the board has turned over since then. In 2019, so effective in 2020, I believe it's January 1st, 2020. The Brown Act did expand to try to address social media use. You know, whether they did it as effectively as they could have, but it did. And so while communications on internet-based platforms may be public and allow members of the public to comment, such communication doesn't meet the general open meeting requirements of a Brown Act. So a Brown Act meeting, because it's not noticed, it's not published, it may be public, people can see it, but it's not on an agenda. So it is potential for serial meetings to be created through your use of social media. Really the same problem as the emails. AB 2992 meant to try to address that. It clarified that certain communications, social media are not considered to be meetings under the Brown Act. You have separate communications to answer questions to other members of the public, provide information to the public, solicit input on matters from your constituency. As long as the majority of the members do not discuss among themselves business of a specific nature, then it is not a Brown Act violation. We're gonna get into a little restrictive caveat they have in this
Okay,
in a second, but it is important to remember that That discuss among yourselves, it specifically includes digital icons like buttons.
I know, it's so funny that they included that, yeah. Smart.
They didn't go as far as saying the like buttons, but
Yeah.
they did call it digital icons.
Mhm.
So if a board member posts something that's within the jurisdiction of JBWD and two, you'd like it, there's a potential Brown Act violation.
Yeah.
So, it can get a little tricky.
Mhm.
You can, again, communicate to answer questions, provide wish to the public. But I would say best practice, because of what we discussed, is probably to leave that to agency staff and the district to do. Because it is very easy with, you see something, you agree with it, you hit the like button. You could not, how often do you look to see who else has liked something? And potentially you could have a violation,
yeah.
and you may not even realize that it just occurred. Under the strictest rules of Brown Act.
So that was new. I mean, I don't want to race over that slide. Board members may communicate via social media to answer questions, provide information to the public,
Yeah.
or solicit information from the public regarding a matter within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Now, how I would do that is I would use my page, Stacy Doolittle for JBWD board. I would not go and do that under my personal thing, but I don't know that it matters. I mean, we still have the issue of somebody perceiving that to be a board communication, but we need to do this. We need to use
Yeah.
social
No,
media to
you're
connect with
not
our
to.
constituents.
It's
Well, in the
not-
past, we've been told we couldn't do it at all.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, and in that one, you're not on Facebook or
I am saying on Facebook.
X or.
I'm
it's
saying,
your
yeah.
page.
So it is a Facebook page. Yeah, it's a
You can
Facebook
do it, but
page.
you gotta be careful because I think it's more how you guys interact online is where the concern comes from.
Oh, okay, right. So just as long as nobody else on the board, y'all don't react to mine, I won't react to yours, right?
Yeah.
Then we're okay.
Yeah, so you're not having a discussion.
That's
Yeah.
new. That's new.
But for
Is this for Joshua Basin Water District or things in general?
matters of policy, so this is where it gets tricky. If a customer had a complaint and you're responding to that
No.
complaint, that would be an
Don't do
operational.
that.
That's a different
Yes,
issue,
yes,
yeah.
and
Don't do that.
But if you're talking about, vote for me because here's my beliefs and I'm gonna be on the ballot next year, is that what you are referring
Yeah,
to?
but I was gonna say also the solicit information from the public within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. I love that idea. You know what I mean? So.
You have an ability to interact with your constituents.
Okay.
Because you are representing them on the board, so that doesn't change, and social media is a place where they are. It
Right.
just becomes a trickier place in managing the Brown Act, so.
Okay.
Is that
Would
asking
that
for their information of how they would be interested in the rate study? You're asking for
Yeah.
how they would perceive.
Right, for example,
Okay.
right, that's example, but this provide information to the public. I know that there was an issue with David. Posting pictures of, an event, which you know what I mean, and people not being clear that he posted it and not the district.
Right.
Yeah.
But, just providing information to the public, that sounds like that's covered. I'm just sharing that.
Well, information, I think that's where it gets blurred though. Is
Yeah.
it operational information or is it board information? Is there a distinction?
Not under the Brown Act, but that's more of an operational. I think that may get into the discussion later relative to.
Yeah.
GM role versus board.
And
role.
best practices,
Yeah,
best practices, because we don't want to confuse the public.
Right.
Okay.
And commit the district to something that may not be accurate, or may not be possible.
That's the
or
issue, yeah.
Maybe other reasons why you do something different. So, I think that's a different issue than the
Okay.
Brown Act issue. But I do want to highlight this because this one I think is important. And I've raised before, I don't know whether, Brown Act, this could be subject to a challenge at some point. Because I think it goes a little beyond what the Brown Act intended to do. But the way the statute reads right now, a member of the legislative body shall not respond directly to any communication on an internet-based social media platform regarding a matter within the subject matter jurisdiction of the agency that is made, posted, or shared by any other member of the legislative body. And again, that includes reactions, likes, and the like. And it's a threshold change because this is to any other member of the board. It's no longer looking at a majority of the board. It's two board members can create a violation of this section. To me, that seems like a stretch of the Brown Act. I think Brown Act was narrowly construed to address the majority actions of the board takes place in public, and limiting any two board members seems like an overstretch to me, but that is the law right now. So you have to keep in mind that that any reaction to a post made, posted, or shared by another member of the board can be an issue under Brown Act. So I wanted to highlight that.
Yeah, and what I want to say is that, you know, that dash right there says social media platform regarding a matter that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body that is made, posted, or shared. So by any other member of the legislative body. So David posting photographs
Yeah.
is not the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body.
Right, and I covered that. I actually.
Okay, sorry about that.
And I was gonna give a couple of examples.
Okay, all right, okay.
I'm not trying to go quickly through these.
Okay, thank you.
The district posts a social media blast about water use, and a customer asks a question regarding conservation efforts. I would say probably going to the operational standpoint, just to highlight that since that discussion come up, probably better to leave that to the district. But if board member number one responds with information that under the Brown Act, that is okay. Board member number two also comments in the same post, but not to the comment board member number one. That's okay too, because you don't have a majority being created by that. But board member number two likes the comment of board member number one, that information they gave. Now you have a potential Brown Act violation. Board member three jumps in, and obviously you definitely have one. Local fire authority posts an update on nearby fires, and a constituent of the public agency of JBWD asks a question relative to the fires, not about the water system, but about the fires. Board member number one responds with information. Maybe you have an expertise in fire, I don't know. Board member two likes it, not a problem, because that's not within the subject matter jurisdiction of the agency. So you're dealing with something outside of JBWD's territory. And same for that. Fire. It does. Well, that's why I caveated that, not about the water. Because
It is the
there could be an issue with our water system capable
Totally.
of handling this, then you cross into JBWD.
Well, so in example number one, I thought that there was an issue with board number one responding with information because the information could be incorrect.
That's an operational, that was my caveat.
Oh, okay.
That's maybe, there's a separate discussion you're gonna have later in
Oh.
terms of whether you want that as an agency.
Okay, all right.
But from a Brown Act standpoint.
Oh, okay. All right, great. Thank you.
So there are other considerations, obviously.
Okay.
Board member number one shares an article about water use within the district. Nobody can like it or respond to it because that's within your subject matter and would be a violation. If you post about the Delta Conveyance Project, for instance,
Mhm.
that one's close. I could see
Oh, that
arguments
one-
either
I thought
way.
it meant close, not close.
Oh, no, close. Yes, because it's not your project,
Got it.
so, but it's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the agency, so it's walking a line, could be a violation, probably a violation, but.
Yeah.
Probably not enforced by anyone. And then my example going to yours, I think I had singing dogs at one point, I had to change to dancing squirrels, but
Oh,
if board member posts that. Y'all like it, that's fine, because
that's cool.
JBWD has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
So,
Let's start our garden.
Yeah.
and I think that's probably good. That's probably good with examples on that. And I'll kind of skip through some of it, I think we covered this. So, online platforms, really anything open, accessible to the public, like Facebook, Twitter, X, whatever you want to, whatever it's called now. Thread, whatever it might be, any of those public services are where you want to watch videos. And
So I think it's interesting. So then, so if you're posting on your individual page and you happen to have blocked someone that you had a disagreement with, if they're a constituent, right? Then that would be, you know, a violation of the open and accessible to the public.
it's the service itself. They can sign up for Facebook. Nothing
Got
is getting into whether you would block someone.
Oh, okay, all right. Oh, I see. Okay, great. Thank you.
It's only, the Brown Act is only concerned with how you're interacting with other board members.
Okay. Okay.
Leaving social media for now, just a couple of reminders. I'm gonna be really quick on these slides, but your meeting location always has to be accessible, remember, to the public. As a reminder, people are permitted, as long as they don't disrupt the meeting, to take both still and video, and tape recordings of meetings, and they can even broadcast it if they like. If they came in and did their own Zoom or YouTube, as long as they weren't set up in a way to disrupt the meeting, they can do that in open session. Any recording of a meeting by a public agency is a public record, so our Zoom meetings are public records if they are sought. there are provisions and policies, and maybe that's something the admin code we can look at in terms of policies and how long you keep those. We can always do the discussion. Brown Act only requires that recordings be kept until minutes are approved. Is the limit of the Brown Act, but as if an agency retains the recordings after that, they do remain public record. The board must publicly report on any action taken and vote on that action for public session items. No votes by secret ballot. The minutes should reflect how each member vote. That doesn't necessarily mean it has to have, I think we do have like member vote who voted yes and no. If all 5 members are present and it's a unanimous vote, that's sufficient. It's flexible on how you do it, but a member of the public should be able to look at it and see how each member votes. Some form. As you all know, notice of meetings.
Yeah, we know that part.
Posted 72 hours before a regular, 24 special, and then emergencies can be less. Requirements.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes.
That it's a posted on public location. Does the bulletin board on the front of the building, that's qualified?
Yes. Yeah, and that's your primary place to post those. So yes.
I mean, I've always had a little bone with that it's not, like, we should post in the libraries and, you know, some other public.
And some,
places.
the Brown Act only requires you post, you can always do extra, you can go above and beyond, but it has to be posted in an open public location. And now you have to post it, you guys have a website, so you have to post it on your website.
Yeah, the website is,
It's on our website, go through anybody that requests it, on the constant contact. So
Oh, yeah,
that
yeah.
goes out and it goes out front.
yeah,
It's on the
I'm
radio.
not so much,
It's on-
I've just had in the past some issues with the city, for instance, I just thought they really need to be spread out more, get more people. It's one of my things, that trying to get the convenience.
Well, that's one thing is
It can't be in an area that's locked away from the public, so if it was behind a fence or
Oh,
something,
right,
you couldn't
right.
get overnight.
Right.
the radio station that puts it out religiously. That's the one thing they're really good at is doing public announcements and meetings and stuff. Even the breakfast up at Copper Mountain Mesa has announced on the radio station,
Okay.
that kind of thing. So that's
How
another
many
one.
people listen to the radio?
No, they don't listen to the music on the radio station.
Maybe put it on there. So
Yeah,
So just regarding, I was looking for an agenda. I just want to show an example of 2 things in the action calendar that weren't reflective of, you know, so that people could actually tell what something's about. Was one, it said UCM findings, and then this LIWAP or LEWAP. It was just, those were the titles. And I remember looking at it, I don't know what UCM findings is. So anyway, I just want to flag that.
Probably a good idea for that maybe, and we do tend to forget in the industry, that's a
Yeah.
good point. One thing we can do is just every time using an acronym,
Yes.
at least the first time in an
Right.
agenda, just spell it out.
Yeah.
Association for California Water,
Yeah, right. Mhm.
that's probably a good.
At least one time. Yeah, I've noted that in my admin code.
Okay, all right.
Also, we've done that too. When forlog was mentioned at the last meeting, I stopped and said, "Look, forlog." I want.
LAPCO is another one that comes up
Right.
occasionally,
Yeah.
and the
Uh-huh.
public may not know what LAPCO is, so. And in the industry, you kind of forget because you're so used to those.
Jargon, yeah.
We'll note it. It's
I did jump forward to slide.
48 on here. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, it's 48 on next, that's not matching my number, so.
oh,
Yes, so 48 is in the packet. The act does limit a board member's ability to respond. I know this has kind of been a question, so I wanted to make sure I covered this slide. It does limit board members' responses to public comments at any public meeting. And this is for non-agenda items really specifically. It's on the agenda, obviously you can discuss it, and go into more detail, but for non-agenda items, a board member can briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by persons making public comments, but it should be brief and it shouldn't lead to a discussion among board members. It should just be a brief comment. You can ask clarifying questions or make brief announcements. You can provide a reference to a staff member or other resources for factual information. So if you have a member of the public who has a problem about X, Y, and Z, you can direct them to Sarah just to get her contact information after. And that's often a very good way to handle things.
I got a question.
Yes,
Is that any board member or is that just the discretion of the president?
that's any board member. Yeah, these are just general Brown Act limitations on board members. And then obviously you can request staff to report back or place a matter on the agenda for a future meeting. I do suppose, I mean, that could be an issue where if there was a disagreement among the board as to that request, a point of order can be raised and then a vote called. Probably in most cases, it's not going to be something that's objected to the board. It could be really discretion of the board president, but obviously the board itself always has the ability to raise a point of order or appeal and have it go to a vote.
I'm so glad that this is in here, because I think we always just sit there woodenly when somebody says something, and I thought that we weren't allowed to say anything.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'd like to just be able to say, thank you for your comments or something like that.
And that's how
you know.
be fine.
Okay, so good. I'm glad to know that.
And you can direct them to staff, ask clarifying. You can ask
Yeah,
for
right.
staff to bring it back on as an item.
Right, yeah.
And then it can be agenda.
Right.
So. That is an allowance. Teleconferencing, I think you're all pretty familiar with our current status. The only thing I'll add, so you still have the 3 rules. We can always have any board member from anywhere attend via telephone if we put the location from where they're going to attend on the agenda 72 hours before, and it's posted at that location. And here, the problem obviously is if you were at home, like the COVID example would have been, none of you want your home addresses probably on the board agenda. So no one ever uses it for that. It's used for vacations, for instance. Because most hotels, particularly for hotels and things like that, and not your residence or someone's residence. Many hotels are able to cooperate with you. You can post the location of the hotel, someone theoretically could show up. I've heard that happening very rarely, a few times, but I have heard of it happening. Those are the old standard rules. Then we have the COVID rules that allowed for video conferencing. That has been changed this year, effective January. It's been extended out longer. And that continues to be, it's been reduced. It doesn't only address COVID now. But if there is a state of emergency in place that affects the district, and the board would take an action to find that there's an imminent threat to attendees, whether it be you or the public, probably both of you, in attending in person, you can have all board members video conference, but you do need that state of emergency in place. So obviously for COVID, that's not in effect now, but if there were wildfires that created a state of emergency in Joshua Tree area or San Bernardino County or something, you have that, there is some ability to video conference for the whole board. And then there's the rules that went into effect this year that you, as you are aware, you can submit either notification or request to attend remotely. You are limited the number of times per year you can do that. And a quorum of the board has to be present here. So it's limited in numbers.
So on page 54, I kind of jumped ahead, this prerequisites to using AB 2449.
Yeah.
So let's say somebody's going to a conference, and then after the conference is over, they go and visit their family. Now, is that, is that a just cause, travel while on official business?
It would I guess that's an interesting question. You're right. It just depends on where you're at the time. If you were traveling for official business at a conference.
Well, what if the conference isn't even related to the water?
Then you would not be able to. Well,
Okay.
I guess I'd have to look at that. I have to look, that's a good question. I can't remember now offhand. If the
Okay.
limitation is for business or for business of the district. I think it's business of the district, but
Okay,
I would want to verify that.
all right.
And I will today.
Okay.
But if you're traveling for personal reasons or vacation, it's not sufficient. If you are taking care of a parent, a child, a grandchild, there is some, one of the just cause reasons is caretaking. So
Mhm, yeah.
if you're visiting family and taking care of a grandchild, you might be able to use it.
Mhm,
But if you're just visiting family or on vacation, you can't.
mhm.
And, so it's not very flexible. when it
And we
comes
have
to
to
that.
have integrity about this, right?
And I would say I keep hoping that they just adopt a rule to allow board members to video conference as long as the public has access to Zoom. I always thought it would be an excellent trade-off by requiring, and you guys are already still offering it, but if by offering the public the Zoom, which I think is a great thing for transparency of meetings,
Mhm.
open up to board members, and every year starts with a bill that does that, and it never ends that.
Oh.
So we'll see if it eventually occurs.
Okay,
And I can see it happening with some sort of, maybe there's a looser limitation for a a less than quorum attending remotely as long as the public gets that access. I just think it should be a permanent trade-off. Always, you have to always do it on Zoom if you're gonna use that, not just when.
But we always, if we're on vacation, we just say you can't attend the meeting.
Which is how you.
Sometimes that means there won't be a quorum.
That
On
would happen.
vacation, yes.
Yeah.
I think that was part of my issue with some of the
Yeah.
rules.
And I saw the conference example come up recently, but then the problem they had was that 3 members were traveling to the conference,
Oh,
so
yeah.
you have to have a quorum here.
Wow.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that negated it. And that is a difference for that, maybe 2449, a quorum has to be present at the same location.
Got
Under the regular teleconference rules, a quorum has to be within the boundaries of the district. But you could be calling in.
Ah.
That's different.
So it's just cause, for example, I don't know how many times you've been ill, Jane, maybe twice that you weren't able to attend. Does that mean that she's
Yeah.
maxed out? Who's tracking?
She's maxed out on,
That means you can't do it again.
yeah, you're maxed, you can do 2 per calendar year for just cause, and then 20% of the meetings. I
Ah.
think for you ends up being 3 meetings a year,
Was that?
which means we can give you 1 more on a emergency circumstance for illness that would have to be approved by the board, which is kind of why we have language on the agenda.
All right.
Kind of is flexible enough just to either receive a notice or have a vote of the board.
That's why I thought we should make a note in the minutes when someone's absent, whether it's excused or not.
There is a note. in the
We haven't
minutes.
had that much.
But it does note that she's
But does
been
it-
remote,
does
so
it
that's.
mean- Does it mean committee meetings also? Cause that's the ones I missed.
I think that would be a separate count. So it wouldn't be your 2 here, I don't think would apply to the committee, but you'd have 2 on the committee.
If you're not missing it, it's calling in remote.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, yeah.
remotely.
But you only have, you have a
No,
limit.
no, I
Oh,
understand
okay,
that.
oh, okay.
I wondered if it meant that the committee meetings were added in to those.
Oh, the count.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
there's
you said
separate
you missed
legislative
them, I
bodies.
couldn't
It's
figure out.
Yeah, I would track it separate.
Okay.
There
I don't
was,
think I've had any, I don't think I've had it.
one of the bills this year was gonna relax it for committees, and I have to double check, I haven't seen that one passed, but the idea was to limit for allow committees to attend more by remote, public access because of the difficulties sometimes with committee meetings, but
Yeah.
I don't think that passed, but I'm not 100% sure.
So what do you think you don't have, Jane? You haven't had? I
I
mean,
haven't been gone that long. I mean.
you've missed, I think, 2 board meetings due to illness. So what that's saying is you're maxed out
What if she?
well,
for
Sorry.
just cause.
Well, is that total or is that in 1 year? or-
It's 1 year.
And again, it's not a miss,
It's
it's
not a
only
miss.
video recorded, so.
No, I'm
she
sorry.
attends via Video.
She called in twice on remotely. So
Yeah.
that would be that she's maxed,
For
right?
this calendar year.
I think
Right.
one I was away.
Well, I thought that was
Yeah.
before the rule change.
Yes, it was.
Oh, yeah, that'd be different.
Yeah, because that was before when we were under the emergency order.
No, I'm talking, she's been sick. You know, she's been sick like twice, COVID and something else.
I haven't had COVID.
Well,
I don't
something,
know.
anyway, okay,
I don't
well,
know.
we can
I don't
move
know what you're
on, we can
referring
move
to.
on, but
That's why
Somebody
it
has-
was if they're in the minutes. If it's in the
no,
minutes.
somebody has to be tracking that, so.
That's the point, how is it tracked?
We are tracking it and then
Yeah.
it gets posted in the minutes.
Okay.
But I mean, are you tracking that she's, maybe, I could be wrong, who's tracking the fact that she's maxed out?
We would be tracking it. So if she was to call and say, I'm gonna be absent again, we're
Oh,
gonna
okay.
say you have.
Ah,
you're max,
okay.
On that.
Okay,
So that's how she.
And that would mean, you may not have a quorum.
that's right, well, we can't break the law, so.
No, I know. I
Is
was,
the law
you know, this
chosen by the Josh Springs Water District or is it by the state?
it's state.
Brown.
It's fake.
Ground, yeah.
It's very specific. And just one last reminder on that, it also, under AB 2449, you have to be present on a video, an audio video platform, so it has to be Zoom like you did.
Mhm.
You couldn't just call in for that. Only way you can call in is under, I think the state emergency rules will let you call in.
Oh.
And then the original rules where you post the location of your agenda, allow the public to attend, that also allows you to.
Can you propose that they just consolidate this and make it easy?
It would, it would make everyone's life a lot easier.
Oh, yeah.
And the one I love the most, actually, I should mention this too, but I always get looked when I ask, because I've had to handle these in certain circumstances. And one of the questions you do ask someone now under these rules is whether or not anyone 18 or
Right,
there is
I
a
remember.
with them and the general relationship. And that
Yeah.
always kind of
One time my
puzzling
brother
question.
was there, and I got in trouble. I had to put him out.
I think it's good to have this.
Closed session, you want to
Oh,
leave,
close it.
but open session, you just need to state that it's there, it doesn't matter if
Right.
it's there, you just need to. For some reason, the laws decided to
Okay,
state.
I think we were not sure when that happened. That was a year ago.
No. Well, a year ago was different, that was before this rule, that was under COVID
Yeah.
rules. Again, under closed session, no one should have been there,
Right.
but in the regular meeting, it's, so.
No. Now, just for my application, I went from a public meeting to a closed session in one evening. Does that count as two or one?
No, that's one meeting.
One meeting.
Yeah.
That's just part of the agenda item on the same. calendar.
Yeah.
Oh, when you had COVID, when you did that, yeah.
And the rest of my slides were just closed session, which I don't think we will need to cover, so I think we're good, probably over time, I think, right?
Okay, I just have one question on slide 57.
Yeah.
Warn the disrupted individual that their behavior is disrupting the meeting, i.e. violation of rules and regulations. Where does that exist? The violation of rules and regulations regarding that?
Well, that's somebody in our admin code,
Okay.
our board best practices.
Okay,
It's in
Yes.
there now, but we're gonna.
Okay.
And I will, that's a good question, because there is so there were, that was an addition this year that gave you the ability to remove a specific individual from the meeting. So that is a step you can take, you do have to give them a warning first if their behavior is disrupting the meeting.
Mhm.
And failure to cease will result in their removal. If they continue, then you can have them removed. Obviously, that is an extraordinarily challenging
Yeah.
question as to how you're gonna do that for a small agency. So if the disruption isn't solved by asking them to leave, you could have everyone leave the meeting. You are then, ideally, and I've only seen it get to the point of recess, when it's a call for recess, people leave. And they come back in, and then things settle and they come back in, but you can continue the meeting by just allowing everyone but the disruptive individuals back in. And then if that still doesn't work and you can't clear it, you can recess into another room to finish your meeting. Or you can adjourn to a separate meeting. You do have to let any credentialed members of the media who weren't participating in disruption attend that meeting, but you can't continue. I've never gotten that far with that, so.
And
But-
also on our agenda.
Okay.
Here, every single agenda has that
Yeah.
information on there.
Then closed session, I don't think we need to cover, so I think.
No, right.
Just that closed session for anybody that's new, it's very, very limited, and that's the 5 so reasons here. We can have a closed session.
What page was that?
The
reason for having-
58. Sorry, I was going back to that, I can't get the mouse to respond.
So I do have a last
Oh, okay.
question regarding that. So at a recent board meeting, when there were comments from a member of the public addressed to David Fick, then at the end of the meeting, he was allowed to speak to those. So that is within the guidelines of the Brown Act to be able to direct. Okay, all right.
As long as we don't incite discussion or board.
Okay, all right.
There'll be discussion of the board, but just a brief response and.
I have a question on 58 also, since there's 6 principal purposes and there are 5 listed below.
Is that a question or
That's fine.
pointing something out?
What slide was that?
58,
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's different on here. I don't know what.
Yeah, I probably took one off that you probably what it was is I took one that you never have to worry about.
Okay, so it's really 5,
I didn't change.
okay.
There are more, but I don't think you guys, there are others that you don't have to worry about.
Okay, but I did want to, you mentioned
Thank
that
you.
page that I want to remember it.
Are there any other questions on the content here? This would be a good time, President Julie, you have some questions on the Rosenberg rule. This would be a good time
Oh,
for you to
okay.
Ask those.
Yeah, oh, okay, let me,
Close this session.
okay, yeah, let me just go to that because I marked it on my, I'm not gonna get the slides, before the potential meetings. Okay, so, it was, what is the motion to suspend rules? What does that mean? That was on slide 15.
I think an example of that might be the situation where, I think your 3-minute limit might be enough. If you have a rule for 3-minute limit for public, if Tom doesn't make a
Oh.
follow-up objection, you, a member of the board can motion to suspend the 3-minute rule. And, you know, maybe it ends up being a motion to extend it to a certain amount of time, but that would be an example, I think, of a rule that might change. There are probably others, but.
Okay.
that's the one that comes to
Or if
mind.
there was a hard stop, that would be a motion.
If you had it in your
to extend the
for that,
meeting
yeah.
until.
All right, okay, that, I guess that's it. I mean, I have another one, but it's kind of lengthy, so I don't want to get into it. I'm good. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? We're gonna take a brief 15-minute break, and if you want to go ahead and pause the recording, that way you don't do that editing. All right, so we are back in session.
Well, technically, we could be, we're at 19 and it was 20.
So we're about 20 minutes behind schedule, which I think is fine as long as everybody's okay with extending it, at the end.
Well, we'll say I have a 2:30 appointment, so anyway.
Okay, so
Yeah,
maybe we'll shorten lunch a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, all right, so the next section of this workshop is to discuss your board member evaluation questionnaires. This is really a board-driven activity, so I'm gonna be here to help with any questions, but in your packet here, you have a evaluation questionnaire tab,
Mhm,
and each of you that submitted evaluations are in here
mhm.
by alphabetical order should be. So you can look at what each of you put down and have just some general discussion about areas that you see that you're doing well and areas that could be improved.
Well, I thought it was interesting how the ratings varied between us. You know, and then also how some of us were actually in agreement on some of them. So like, for example, the number 3 on the first one, how well has the board done its job, has created or reviewed in this period some key governance job descriptions. So I have no recollection of us doing that, and so I put that as a 1. So anyway, but then I noticed some other people, you know, had that at different levels.
Well, there is actually a description, at least in the admin code, of what the board president duties are.
Right, this says we reviewed, created or reviewed in this period.
Well, today we will.
Oh, okay, that's right. So, yeah, okay, sorry about that.
Some of them.
Right, and then
Today.
the number 6, go ahead.
So I was looking ahead, that's why I gave it 5.
Yeah, okay. The board has ensured that the organization's accomplishments and challenges have been communicated to key stakeholders. And then number 5, the board has identified and reviewed the organization's relationship with each of its key stakeholders. That's a very important thing to do. I know that in corporate life, what we do is we would define who our stakeholders were, you know what I mean, and what they needed. And we really haven't done that, so.
Sorry, I didn't have a chance to look at it all. I'm looking at it while you're talking.
So anyway, I don't know what anybody thinks about the stakeholders thing and talking that out. Is it a good idea for us to define? Because it's not just the constituents,
Who
right?
stakeholders were.
I'm saying we need to define it. That's a, you know, for the board, you know, who they are.
Big question mark.
Mhm.
Typically, that's anybody that has a stake.
That's right. So LAFCO would be a stakeholder. And MWA.
So who are key stakeholders?
Well, no, they're the obvious ones. Yeah, I said those constituents are ratepayers. Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
So they're the key stakeholders, is that what you're saying?
Well, we need to identify key stakeholders. So you're
Yes,
saying at some point we need to do that.
yes.
And I think identifying them, but not limiting, because it can change too. Who the stakeholders to be added.
Okay.
And then so on how well has the board conducted itself? Number 4, we receive written reports to the board in advance of our meetings. And I saw somebody said yes, but to me, I don't think that we do get that.
We do. It's under the agenda. Usually there's some supporting document.
Yeah, sometimes we do. It
That's what I
seems,
thought.
okay, all right, okay. So like the stuff that Ann gives us.
That all of us give you.
Yeah.
There's always a staff report and generally backup documentation to the staff report.
I've only been here 5 months, so I'm a lot.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
the reports are. It's the staff reports.
Because are you thinking something outside of meeting stuff?
Committee?
No, I definitely wasn't thinking of committee.
Oh,
I guess I was just thinking sometimes there's, you know, Sarah's report and we don't get that ahead of time. You know what I mean? We don't get, it's like kind of like what's been happening and stuff, you know, that sort of thing.
It's not usually written
It's a
down.
verbal report
Yeah.
and I don't write it. It changes sometimes the day of that meeting. And if I do that, I'm gonna end up missing and it'll be 2 weeks later before I can get you that information. So it is, I write it, I have my own notes that, and then I report on those notes at that meeting. I'm actually gonna change the format on this too and have board comments and reports first and then mine. And the reason why is sometimes you bring up things that I can't comment on because my turn's already over.
Right.
So it gives me the ability
Smart.
to say,
Oh, good idea.
yeah, that if you brought up a point that's of interest, I can then comment on it during my section.
But we do have to limit what we say
How we
during
respond.
that time, because it's not agendized. But we can certainly request an item be agendized for a future meeting too.
Well, I mean, I think that's, yeah, one of the things we're talking about, and one of the things I've really struggled with, because, I don't see how that happens. It's not very discreet, that process. We haven't really, defined it well for people, so. I'm glad to see that there's one way that I can do it is when the public comes to speak, I'm allowed to actually say, can we, I'd like to see that as a future agenda item.
You have to get a motion for that. That's something we need to talk about.
Okay, all right, okay.
Been there in the end.
No, that part's always been very tricky to me too, how we, if one board member says, I want to see that as a future agenda item. How does that happen? Because that's
Yeah,
one board.
how do we
member.
negotiate that, right?
So, but it's something that I definitely want to get on paper so that we have a clear way to handle that.
So number two, I look like to me that we're all in agreement that the agenda of the board meetings are well planned so that we're able to get through all the necessary board business. And I certainly think our president, really manages the agenda well. But I was interested, like number 10, 11, and 12. I don't ever have any interaction with external stakeholders at board meetings or between meetings. And then I thought it was interesting how people answered 11 and 12. To me, I don't care if our meetings are frequently fun, I don't think they have to be fun.
Yeah.
I don't even know why that question was there,
Yeah.
but then our board meetings are always interesting. They are to me. I know maybe the public finds them boring, but I'm always interested in what we're doing, so.
This is a generic questionnaire. It's not
Yeah.
custom
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
Yeah, I know. I was the one who provided it.
Yeah, I actually gave a 5 to board meetings being interesting, so, that's why I'm here, But fun, that's another story.
And I don't think that we haven't ensured, that the stakeholders have received reports. I mean, sometimes you get that, but I don't think that we ensure that stakeholders have received reports.
I think the way you do that is by making sure the agenda is published timely and that it's accessible to the public, which is done.
Yeah, but I think that there are reports that go to LAFCO and that go to the state, and you guys do all that kind of stuff, and those are our stakeholders, and it's transparent, and we don't see it, not transparent, it's opaque.
We don't have reports that I know of that go to LAFCO.
Well, I was just saying, for example.
Yes, so we do have regular state reports.
County reports and all that. Yeah, I know it's a voluminous amount, yeah.
Yes.
And stakeholders, the way I read the definition was that's everybody. It's not just, wouldn't there a term like partners or something with NWA? There's this other term. That's why it would be a good, Jane had a little blurb in hers about the term to identify it, because there's other things that are kind of close to it too. What's the difference between partner and stakeholder? What
I think it's semantics a little bit.
Yeah.
Just the words, same thing.
A partner is a stakeholder.
Yes. And I think it's the same thing with reports. I think we're using the word in a different definition, what this is saying versus like a state report that's due. The reports that the board would be responsible for are the reports that they're receiving from staff and that are required that come to the board, like the urban water management plan or the strategic plan, the future hazard mitigation plan, those types of plans. Those reports are coming on their regular timely basis.
The statutory.
Yeah.
Well, something too that's a constant irritant to me, minor, but constant, is this tendency for us to want to absolutely do everything, bending over backwards, torturing ourselves, bleeding on the floor to provide information for people that could lift the finger themselves to find out some of these things. And
Yes.
they don't. You know, you hear, well, why didn't I hear about this? Well, I don't know. I'm not in your house. I don't know why you didn't hear about it, but you know, something. I mean, there, like we talked about the radio, we're over at the market. I'm going to Copper Mountain Mesa meeting where we do everything we can. It's on the web, everything is on the web. And so I think overall we do a very good job of putting information out there for people, but they have to actually reach out and hit the on button on their computer or turn a page or whatever themselves too. But it's in a way, it's a compliment because we take water for granted. That's an indicator that we're doing a good job.
Yes, generally they don't want to hear from us. If they don't hear from us, that means that things are going
Yeah.
well and vice versa. It's usually, you know, rates are a point of contention, and of course, any future MCL that are changed in regards to our constituents in the water, it's going to impact ratepayers, but if we're doing our job, they're generally not here.
So some of these questions or some of these things we're gonna address and looking at the best practices and the admin code, right? Because like, for example, you know, the idea that, you know, the expectation that board members show up prepared, you know, is something I would like to have, discuss. Anybody else have anything to say about the question here besides Stacy prattling on?
I don't know, but I think it's so good.
Well, I thought it was interesting that the bell of the board president was optional. I didn't understand that. I actually put a question mark there. Didn't understand why it would be optional. I thought it was important too. And Stacy did not fill it out.
Well, no,
It was
it was optional. And
It was
and actually I had lost my original documents, even though I picked them up, Thomas, and then I lost them again, so I had to redo the thing, and I was in a hurry to get it to her, so
Okay.
that's why I didn't take time to do it again, so,
Oh,
I mean, yeah, you know.
well, that's fine.
I think that, you
Said
know,
it
it
was-
looked like that, yeah, that the board was rated highly. I did notice that everybody put put a 3 on the chair knows how to be direct with an individual board member when their behavior needs to change, and everybody put agree. No, put maybe or not sure, number 3. No, they put agree. Oh, I can't tell what the hell 3 is. If you look at the top, okay,
I kind of saw it as it's not something that we've encountered before, or it's maybe you're not sure. It was like you're not sure.
In the board chair,
yeah, the board chair.
number 3. I thought he tried.
No, number
Oh.
5, number 6.
Oh,
Sorry if I said it wrong. The chair knows how to be direct with an individual board member when their behavior needs to change. So like, you know, I'll just be direct myself. For example, I would prefer that when people go to meetings and they're reporting on the meetings, that they report on the meetings. I would prefer to not have a board member say, I didn't take any notes. All right, you know, or I'm gonna let someone else do that. I would, you know, I'd really prefer people I take notes on my phone so that I'm sure to have notes when I arrive here. And so that's something I would really prefer us to have as a best practice.
Just a
Yeah.
no comment instead,
Huh?
just to say no comment instead, or.
Well, I mean, it's just, well, just really show up prepared, not scrambling, trying, you know, I've forgotten my notes before too. I know what that's like. But I'm saying just generally be prepared and not pass off the report to somebody else who was at the meeting.
Well, except there is in the admin code something about how if a bunch of people go to it, that one person can be designated to speak for the group. That-
Right. And there also is something about having a written report, you know, which I've had to do in past things so that there's actually something tangible people can review.
Question?
Oh, I was gonna say, if that does happen, we have a bunch of people doing the same meeting. If we do it, so it's one person representing everybody, it should be decided before.
Yeah.
That gets some time to set this up.
Also, that would be responsible to the Brown Act, because if you're at the community. So,
No, that wouldn't be. Because that's not the board business. That's not call it business before the board. That's okay.
I think, like, if you were at one of the dinners and one of the speakers is speaking about a matter that might pertain to the district, and then the 3 of you or 4 of you are discussing who's gonna write this up and what are we going to say, I think that's a meeting.
Yeah,
Sounds.
Yeah, okay, yeah, at that last,
That's not on the agents of business.
ASB, whatever that.
ASDCS.
Whatever. I had a good interaction with Charlene, who is the Mojave Water Agency information person. And we've been communicating since then, because her family was lithography, I'm screen printing, so she was curious as to my history of printing for the last 50 years. So we've had an interaction back and forth, still going on, and that was a very good thing that happened out of that dinner. And just saying, do I give a full report on that? I did a brief report because that last September 20th meeting, there was something happening to distract me, but I did a brief report on the fact that I did meet with her, and it was just a brush with her because she was the one in charge of that meeting, by the way. And so she was sitting right next to me, and we interchanged information between all the technical speakers and all that kind of stuff. So
I think if it pertains to the district, then report on it, and if it's just, something that's personal, then you don't need to report on that piece. But back to Stacy's point, it would be district business if the speaker were speaking about something, maybe new legislation that's coming down the pike. And the 3 or 4 of you say, hey, one of you wants to report on this at that meeting, and then discussing what
It's
is
the
going to be
discuss.
reported.
Yeah, that's right.
so if we draw a draw.
Right. Yeah, there we go.
But I liked your example that on the agenda, it says future meetings. And you know that each of you are gonna go to whatever dinner that is for, but at that point, you can say, we have a future meeting in your director comments, and I see that Jane and Thomas and
Yeah.
David are going to go. Would one of you like to, who wants to draw the straw, essentially?
Yeah, I've been a little frustrated that future meetings are not, there's no comment on them. You can run through them and then adjourn.
No, it's not even on the agenda anymore because we're trying to, be more efficient, but I think,
Oh, the dates of
The dates
future
are there.
meetings.
but
No, I know.
it's not part of the agenda process anymore. It's on the.
That's more of an information.
But, okay, but my point was if 4 of us are planning to go, I'd like to know that at the meeting rather than sending out an email to a bunch of people and inappropriately.
It is on the agenda. It shows who is attending those meetings. If we know in advance, sometimes we don't know
I
until the
know.
last minute, and then we can't fix that. The agenda is already posted.
But we can't say anything about it either. Like the dinner, who, I didn't really know who was going.
Well, it will
At the
say
board-
on there, if you
the
look
board
at the agenda, you'll see the future agenda items, and it will say
It said
the
PBB,
ASBCD
it said
dinner,
PBB,
because we haven't received any responses from you all.
but we
telling us
can't
to-
say anything during the meeting.
No.
We planning to go, is that it?
You can in your director comments that.
Oh, okay.
That were.
Oh, and director, okay.
comment.
But I
Have
don't
to
think you're
wait
supposed
till
to
it-
say, can I ride with you during the meeting?
No.
No, I understand that, but, okay.
So I want to circle back to something David said. So I think we need to discuss what we consider a best practice when we go to events, because I was sitting next to David and I'm just talking to you about this right now. I noticed that he gave his personal business card to this person that he was meeting with. And I guess Thomas didn't even have business cards to give anybody. Do you know how to get them? Oh, okay, good. But anyway, I just I was like, I don't know that we should be personally interacting with people when the district's paying us to be there as representatives of JBWD. You know what I mean? Because your personal business card could be something where you're trying to get business. I'm not saying you were doing that. I know, but I'm just saying that's an example.
That's not covered by anything.
Yeah.
There's no violation.
Right.
I mean, that wasn't the only thing he did there. He also listened to the agenda.
No, I know that. I'm just saying, I would, me myself, I do freelance work. I would be very careful about not using an opportunity that JBWD ratepayers is paid for to further my personal agenda, whether that is more attention to what I've done or connections I want to make with people or creating new business for myself.
Well, I find the networking very valuable when I,
But the networking needs to be for JBWD. It doesn't need to be about your personal
Well, it
interests.
could be about water,
Can I get?
but it's
can I get a
this
second?
way.
Yeah.
She asked me about print, and I am a printer of very large note. And that's what it was. It was a personal, and there's no business involved because I'm not printing for MWA or ever will print for MWA. Or do any graphics work for MWA. It was very interest in printing, and the family was generationally involved in printing. That was, no, I wouldn't promote my business within jobs if they wanted this situation.
You know, there is a way of making a connection with somebody in an organization where you talk about commonalities and,
Yeah, absolutely.
you know, your recipe for chicken soup or something like that, you know, that kind of thing. This could be the start of something. But with regard to the business thing, is that we can get back to the appearance thing too, where we've kind of come up with the term blending a little bit, where we have to be careful that we keep in mind why we're there and who we're working for. Because, you know, you lose a little bit of your own person when just a little bit of your own person when you represent somebody else. You sell your time to your employer, so you become a part of the business, so to speak, and you can't blend some of these things. And it's one of those things too, where you can drift inadvertently into the blending part, or plug all over your own stuff. And you just have to watch out on your own, do your own ethics and integrity and apply them.
Yeah, I just kind of think that, you know, when you're there representing JBWD, you should try to keep the conversation and the networking to things that are related to JBWD and not, you know, go off into your personal stuff, because that'll have a chilling effect even on the people around you, you know, because they're there to talk about water.
She asked me.
How does she even know to ask you about printing? I'm saying, you know, she's
she
out of
asked
the
me
blue.
What I did.
All right,
what
say
my
that.
day was.
Yeah.
He started it.
Well, we've discussed it, and so we're sensitized.
Yeah.
And, we'll move on.
It wasn't the business card, it was a piece of paper with my shop on it and a print of the graphics. That was it. Just a very informal context.
And that's part of the reason I'm not hearing any issues here
Mhm.
in terms of formal conflicts, but generally, that's obviously why it's important for every 2 years, you guys have that training that you go through, just so you're reminded of it, so you know when a limit does come up, you know. That's why that training is. I'm not hearing it.
Are there any more comments on the evaluations?
Did you have any thoughts about what they said?
Well, I looked through
Did
them.
you do any averaging or?
No, I
Oh,
didn't get those
That was
data
what I
until
thought.
last.
Yeah, I
night.
was able to get mine in until yesterday.
So it wasn't enough time to.
Yeah,
aggregate
okay.
it all.
Is that possible or?
I don't know that it's.
We don't need
Okay.
that, yeah.
Well, that's my asking her.
Yeah, I think it's not important. I think what was important is the self-reflectiveness of this exercise and to see where improvement can take place, where you can find consensus and, you know, where you're doing well at. And I think that it was just a good exercise to see.
Yeah. I'm glad we have the copies.
Yes. Now we'll move into the administrative code. So this is one of the foundational documents for board policy. There are plenty more, but this is a very important one. Has not been updated for a couple of years. One of the goals of next year is to work on codifying our district policies. And that's going to be a pretty long and lengthy goal, but that updating this will be a part of that goal. So I think we can maybe go through each page, and then if you have any notes or comments on the pages that you reviewed in your pre-homework assignments, this would be a good time. And if you would, at the end of this meeting, leave any notes with Lisa and myself so that we can make sure we compile them. And when we start doing the updates on this document, we can make sure those notes get looked at as we make those updates. So Just generally speaking, each of these articles are approved and adopted by resolutions, and you can see the resolutions are, most of them are at the top of each of the articles. And while this particular document has not been updated, there have been some resolutions that are in effect that are not in the document. So just want you to know it's a little bit behind. The resolution may have been adopted, just has not been incorporated into the document. Some of the things I can see off the top, and I'm not looking for grammar misspellings.
Yeah.
Editing can be done at the very end of this process. But there's definitions that I think the definitions need to be expanded because of all of those acronyms that we talk about in
Oh,
water
right.
fee. So expanding the definitions and getting rid of some, for instance, the apps means one, that
Right.
no longer we don't have a union in the district at this present time. And if, as I start going through this, I'm just gonna go through page by page, and then if you have a question, stop me, and we'll. Okay, so page 4, Board of Directors. This here, has the president and what the role is, the vice president, serves in the absence of the president. And then the per diem, and the per diem is pursuant to ordinance, number 08-7. For the purpose of attendance, and then this one is really important, comes up quite often, is section C is meetings for which prior approval is not required. So these are meetings that board members can go to and attend, and you don't have to get prior approval. If your meeting is not in that list, you just need to talk to the board president, and as long as funds are available, then you can either, you can be approved or asked to maybe not go this year, but go next year, because we're trying to be that really responsible. Some of those meetings can be quite expensive.
Okay, so like number 4, meetings with local, state, or federal officials relating to JBWD business needs or interest. So interest is interesting. So because just recently I had to go kind of jump through some hoops to be able to go to the state or the county. And to me, that would be in JBWD's interest to go to that. It's presentation by supervisors. I met some, great people that might be able to assist us in the future. So anyway, I'm curious about that.
What meeting was that again?
State of the county.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm trying to understand how that wouldn't have just been automatically approved. It seems like, I'm trying to reduce, friction and things that take, like you having to deal with tiny details.
Agreed. This is language that was developed by predecessors before my time here, so I don't know what the intent is of what interest means. So this is where you can, as a board, give me some direction of what you want that word to change to, eliminated, or so that we have a clearer definition of what is pre-approved and what isn't.
Where is, you're talking about page 4?
Page
Page
5.
5 at the top, number 4.
Okay.
Needs or interest in the at the end of that sentence or fragment.
I have a related question.
Okay, which question?
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's all right.
Check round.
Yeah, we have a budget item for board training, et cetera, that kind of, and meetings. And is there a tally to tell us, well, we're almost up to the,
We keep an eye on that, and as the year goes by, if we see that we're getting close to that
Close.
budget, we're gonna let you know.
okay, good.
Let me know.
Yes, President will definitely.
Okay, because there are some online things that I've had a little discussion with Lisa recently with a webinar that I attended. I don't think we should need to be paid for webinars, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, it is.
Because we're just sitting there listening.
It's permissible, and it is something previous boards have approved. It's your
Yeah.
time
Yeah.
and learning for the district, so you can choose whether or not you want to submit an expense. You need to submit. This has happened, the president has done it multiple times where he submits his expense report, but he put 0, he doesn't want to be paid for it. But we do need to notate that you did attend that meeting, regardless if you want to be paid for it or not.
Yeah.
But you can choose not to.
Yeah.
So that, in my opinion, is very ambiguous and hard to define when it's, and it says needs or interest. That could be just about anything. I don't want it to be hard for you all to be able to attend these things either. We don't want the extra burden of 17 different emails and questions. We just want to make sure it's clear and everybody's able to go to what they're supposed to, and that you all agree on what those items are.
Where is it? We say somewhere that director of education is a really important thing. And somebody asked me about these, whether they can get a per diem for something or not. I want to keep that in mind. Because we are just regular civilian people, which is the whole point of we have to be civilian people. You're observing what you're doing. I tell people now that I'm not from the water company, I'm from the community. I tell them that now, you know, to adjust their perspective of it. If it needs it.
That's interesting. I've never turned in, I've attended the, you know, the water days and things like that. I never turned that in. So I just didn't know about that.
Well, as Nikki Luckman said, we don't just do this for the money.
No, of course
Community
not.
service thing that we can be proud of.
And another thing, so like regarding the meetings, I would like, you know, I was just choosing one. I would go to Aqua or I would go to, you know, whatever, the CSDA. But then I understand some of the staff goes to both and I'm like, well, okay, I'd like to go to both, you know, I guess I can go to both. So, you know, it's very unclear and nobody tells the board when they come on or anything, you know, I mean, I shared with you guys, I think, to make sure you knew.
So let's make some changes to make it clearer. I've never
Okay.
actually seen a board member denied to go to anything.
Uh-huh.
Really, this is just a process to make sure we have budget and make sure we're not
Right.
abusing, you know, any of the ratepayers' money that's being fiscally reasonably spent.
I have seen agencies just have, and just throw this in for everybody, not the legal requirements, but have a item on their agenda for when there are items like Aqua or CSDA coming up for requests to attend meetings, and then usually the board just ends up authorizing anyone who's interested to go, but then it's no, like whether all five are interested, whether two are interested.
Right, and then how do you figure that out if all five are interested, but the budget doesn't exist to support all five?
President will decide.
Decide who goes.
There's no mileage for within San Bernardino County Rivers.
Correct.
For what?
There's no mileage compensation for traveling within San Bernardino County or Riverside.
There's no mileage reimbursement for travel within the county of San Bernardino or
I
Riverside,
thought I had been done.
Unless there's an overnight.
unless there's no overnight.
Right, so if you're going to ASD, CSD in Victorville, we shouldn't be paid, right?
Not for
For mileage.
Okay, I guess I haven't even noticed.
Yeah, but if you drove to
but we
Monterey
go to-
for a conference, you get paid. you
Yeah.
get mileage for that.
I did.
Yes,
Also driving around Monterey, which I thought was kind of weird, 1.5 miles was added kind of thing.
Oh.
Hotel to the meeting and stuff.
because you weren't in the same hotel as the
Right, right.
friends, yes, that makes sense.
But if we go down to Indian Wells for the next conference in the fall, we don't get mileage for going down there.
If you're not staying.
So it might be
overnight.
better to stay at the hotel if you want to get. Which I'm not gonna do, so I'm gonna, you know, come home at night.
So this part right here on page 4 is right in the middle is B. Informed, well-connected and educated directors are able to provide the best decision-making on behalf of the JBWD payers. That's it right there.
Oh, yeah,
But that would be the guiding thing.
yeah.
So, yeah, regarding that, the travel to meetings within San Bernardino or Riverside counties, I would like to change that, actually. I think that, you know, if we're driving an hour away or something like, or 2 hours or something, it seems like we should be reimbursed for that. Our mileage.
Yeah, some of these meetings, I've gone to Ontario. You know, I don't know, I don't even remember if I got mileage, so, I mean, it's
Is
not
that common?
a.
I don't think I've heard of that limitation necessarily, but I think it's something you could always review in an updated policy. In terms of, because the board can decide how they're gonna be reimbursed for expenses, so. I don't know if that derives, it probably derives, I know we reference resolution for board compensation, I don't know if the same resolution for somewhere else that came but it's something you can certainly.
Well, it's a thing too, because the county's so big.
Yeah,
It is big.
that is unusual for I had the same thought.
Yeah, that's good, you're good. You're good.
Drove across it today. But yeah, I don't even know how far away the county seat is, but it's 50, 70 miles.
Yeah.
78.
Yeah.
78?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 150 miles.
So what would be a proposed change to that mileage?
Well, maybe a limit, twice a month or something, you know, I mean, some kind of limit is how often you can do it. Because we don't wanna keep adding up.
You could just have over a certain.
If it's over 60 miles or.
Oh, the mileage too.
Well, I mean, do we have to discuss this at the board meeting or this is the
Well,
discussion and we change it or?
We're gonna bring this back to you with a lot of these changes and then we'll discuss it again at the board meeting. Doesn't mean you have to adopt it that day. It can be sent back, then we can make more changes, but
Okay.
if I bring this to you at the board meeting, we just wait for it to be here. I want to bring you
Right,
back
yeah.
some changes.
I have another comment. The meeting in Monterey, Lisa, and you decided to add the daily thing for travel time, the travel day. And I've noticed other organizations, only do 75% instead of the whole amount for that travel day. And I just thought that made a little more sense.
We don't do the travel day, we use GSA rates. And the travel day is dictated by whatever the GSA rate is, and it's usually a percentage that's about 75%.
Well, it wasn't this time. I mean, I got the 173 for those two travel
Oh,
days. We added
no, I apologize. I'm talking about meal reimbursements or incidentals, not talking about your stipend.
Okay.
Director stipend is in here as you get a full
Oh.
travel day.
Oh, okay, so that's a little different than the travel day.
Yeah, the travel
Okay,
day
all
per
right.
diem, that's a separate, so that's if you're, so what Director Charlesburg is talking about is on your travel day, you get your stipend.
Right.
Your whole stipend.
But that was
Right,
forgotten and she added it later.
Right, we didn't realize that, but it
Right.
is in here. The second part of that is on your travel day, you also are entitled to a per diem, and that's breakfast, lunch, dinner, but it's only a portion of it, so.
Oh, that's what they're talking
Yeah,
about.
that-
Why is it just a portion of it?
That's how GSA rates are established. So if you are traveling, it's very confusing to me too, but on your days at the conference, if the conference doesn't cover a meal, that meal is reimbursable up to a certain limit.
Yeah.
On your travel day, it's grouped all together and they give you an amount. The GSA gives you an amount, and it's typically enough to get you, breakfast and lunch to get home. It's what
Right.
it's for. You don't get to go home and then go out to dinner that night and get reimbursed for that too, because you're back home. Does
Yeah.
that make sense?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, so right now I see the mileage part, I'll make some adjustments to it. right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, and the payment, it was interesting to me when I went to the Monterey conference and, I was working with Lisa, who's always great to work with, but she was the one who had to tell me, I was so surprised that I couldn't fly there, that I was gonna have to drive because it's not the most economical. And anyway, I just thought that was really, or efficient, you know what I mean? And what defines efficient, you know what I mean? So, it worked out fine for me. I'm not saying that it didn't work out fine for me, but I just think we need to talk about it. Cause I was talking to Mission Creek and, they all flew and they found great flights, you know what I mean? They were able to fly directly and, anyway, so.
I
Yeah,
looked into it too and couldn't find.
Right,
it.
right.
So we looked into it as well.
I know.
And found that the least expensive way, which is how it was written out in here, was mileage, and then that would be the max reimbursement.
Yeah, so you could fly if you wanted.
You could fly, but you have to pay the difference
Right.
yourself.
Yeah, and so see, I disagree with that. Anyway, I'm just gonna toss that out. It seems to me that, as the cost of flights have gone up, almost every time you're gonna say that the car is the most efficient. And by this, it might be more efficient if we were going to DC for us to drive and share a car. You know what I'm saying? By the way that this is written.
If you're getting paid days, travel days each day, that wouldn't work out.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know. I don't know I don't think you're adding that in. It's the economical and efficient mode and class of so it's the transportation by itself.
Which number is that?
Well, that's 202. It's on page 5. And so,
Under expensive.
yeah, so anyway, it's
I'm going
that-
through the
it's
same
the
thing
economical and efficient mode and, you know, and then, anyway.
Going through the same thing with the California Senior Legislature where, they
Blueberries.
want me to fly. It's not really convenient in Palm Springs, because you go to Seattle or Phoenix and spend hours on the plane, and, you know, for an hour and a half. Flight, and so I'm driving, but I'll only get reimbursed what they would cover if I was flying. And that's a state thing.
Yeah.
That's the state.
So I don't know, I'm just wanting us to look at that. I mean, I was fine for driving. And then another thing I'd like for us to look at is it's on page 6, it's the middle of the page. And it says, while JBWD utilizes the per diem rates for reimbursement of daily expenses, it does not enforce all of the GSA travel requirements. And so I don't know what the difference is there, but I don't necessarily agree with the 75% coverage of expenses when we're traveling. I don't agree with that. I don't understand
It's
why
not 75% of expenses, I think.
75% of our meals.
No.
No, it's 75% of the per diem.
Correct.
That was
So
not
it's,
clear.
it's reduced for your day in and day out, because when you come in to that meeting, if you're at home in the morning, you eat breakfast in the morning and then midday you leave for your trip.
Okay.
It's not intended to reimburse you for meals that you would have normally had at home.
No, I understand that, I understand that. Right, yeah, okay, but I mean, if you, you know, you get up in the morning and you don't get home until 8 o'clock. And, you know, you're leaving the hotel, it seems like all those expenses should be paid for. All those meals should be paid for.
If you would, it's the same thing on board. So if you go to dinner and you spent $50 at dinner,
I understand.
you only get $32 that's reimbursable. It's the same thing. There's just a limit into, so I mean, you can have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, it just needs to be within that limit.
Right, so what I'm saying, okay, so there's a couple things I want to say. So one is, I think that there shouldn't be a 75% reduction, there shouldn't be 75% of what it cost us for eating. But the other thing is that the per diem, we should be able to spend the per diem how we want to. So if I want to go out to dinner and spend $61 on my dinner, I should be able to do that and then not have it for breakfast and lunch, right? As opposed, I am totally against you guys saying, no, you have to eat at $20 and then I have to go to freaking Applebee's, you know, where I don't eat normally.
I don't necessarily disagree with you. These are intended to.
But we don't have to have them. We don't have to agree with this GSA stuff. Right, just like it's because it said down here that we employ some of it, but some of it we don't use. So I'm like, okay, but I don't want to use that anymore.
So it would be different for board than for staff, because staff has to use GSA.
Well, if that's possible. I mean, let me ask you this. Are you guys providing lunch today for us? Or, yeah, well, that's great because I mean, you know, that would be nice because I know sometimes we provide lunch for the staff, you know? So it seems to me sometimes, but a lot of times we don't, you know, get any meals. There's a lot of things the staff has that the board doesn't have. So, yeah, I just think that, we should be able to spend that's how I, in my career, the per diem is a flat thing and you get to spend it however you want on your meals.
I would prefer, it's easier administratively to deal with it that way.
Yeah.
But how have you seen it?
I have not looked at that issue.
No.
What do you mean? You haven't seen where?
No,
people-
I have not looked at that issue. I've never.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
So I'll look at some alternatives to it.
That's a good question. I've just never been asked that detail.
So some per diem options. I'll
Right.
I'll see what's available. I don't.
Mm.
The GSA is a very, you go, just go to Google and type in GSA.
Yeah.
It's a reputable site that gives you for that region what your costs do not
Do
exceed.
they
That's
update it
all
regularly?
regularly,
Yeah.
yes, each year. So it is a good source and I believe it might have been recommended by auditors, but don't quote me on that, but
Yeah.
I think that might be where that came from.
But then these numbers may have changed since
Oh,
whatever day it was, August
Ignore the numbers.
2021.
Ignore.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying, they, you know,
In fact,
specific numbers.
I would never
about change.
recommend putting those kind of numbers in this type of document because they will change all the time.
Right.
You need to refer to the current rates where
That's
that.
what
Yeah.
makes sense.
Okay, and so going back up to the page number 6, 2.02.02, the lodging expenses Who or government rates must be used if available. So, you know, what's been my experience, and it's not been so much lately, but in the past with another admin, we'd be put at some really not good hotel, not really, and a distance away from the events. And so those opportunities for networking and stuff that we would have by staying at the same place, I've yet to stay at the same place as, yes.
As a conference?
Yeah, I've always had to stay someplace different, and what, like Pasadena was bad, and anyway.
Yeah, sometimes the hotels,
Shitty
they
Hilton.
book fast.
Right,
so
right,
that's where
that's
it's hard.
the deal.
And if you know you want to go to the fall
Yeah,
conference,
right.
next spring conference, let us know right away. 'Cause
Yeah.
as soon as we get notification that it's
Right.
available, we'll book you.
Right, yeah.
We don't intend to put you at a different hotel. That is.
That always happens.
Yeah, it was booked.
But it was booked.
Spring was
The spring one was booked, and that was the first one, if you remember. I think it was the first Aqua conference back after COVID, and it was full capacity.
Uh-huh.
So that's why that happened, but it wasn't done on,
5 minutes, it was extraordinarily.
yes, 5 minutes. It was like 5 minutes.
Right.
Oh, really? Wow.
It was two concerts.
Right. Well, I mean, I love where I stayed in Monterey. I'm not saying that.
So
But also not all hotels take dogs, which I take my dog.
And that's a bit.
So that kind of thing too.
Like that, it's going to make differences.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, I'm happy to stay at a Hotel 6.
Yeah, try to be
You know.
cheap as possible.
No, we try to always. be
I know, I
rates
stay
or
at nicer
whatever.
places than I normally do.
Okay, so I'll look at some per diem options. I'll remove those rates out of here. And we'll look at travel days at maybe in excess of 60 miles, then mileage.
Oh, yeah.
of
I was gonna suggest actually that it be anything beyond the Morongo Basin, because essentially if we're going beyond the Morongo Basin, we're going a distance. So you know, and if the conference is held at a hotel that's, 58 miles, I'm gonna have a problem, or 48 miles, I'm gonna have a problem if you guys say you won't reimburse me for it. I'm
Well, it's
just.
not you guys, it's you guys. You're making the rules.
Okay, right, but I'm gonna have a, you understand what I'm saying? I think it should just be, because the only places we go up here, we went to a dinner one time. And I've gone to one other thing up here essentially, I didn't turn in, but anyway, so it's not up here, it's outside of the Morongo Basin.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So remember, these are board policies. We just are helping you administer the policies.
so Tom, what do you think about, just because you're a good thinker on things, what do you think? Even, leaving yourself aside and what you choose to do, about being compensated for travel outside of the Morongo Basin?
Yeah, I said something about that, but the factor too is that fuel is much more expensive.
Oh, my
than
God, yes.
it used to be,
Yeah,
and so that, and then also too, when you compare driving to flying and all of that.
yeah.
you almost have to consider cost of fuel in that equation
Mhm.
too. But there's a lot of these things in here that I have not had personal
Right.
practice with it, because I don't. A, I don't travel much, and B, a lot of times I don't submit for per diems and.
Yeah.
All that other kinds of stuff too, I don't fool with it. But that's me, and I don't criticize anybody else for wanting to be compensated fully for what they do for the benefit of the district. So we go back to whatever that chapter or that section where I just read about how that when we, as a group, do these kinds of events and stuff, that the district benefits for it. Well, because there's a lot of nuances of why we make decisions, and a lot of those nuances that we're aware of come from our experiences of going to these kinds of
Right,
things,
yeah.
rather than just, as I've said twice now, coming in off the street.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we probably spent enough time on that. I was just looking at the time.
I wanted to, Jeff, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
This question's come up a couple times. The aggregate limits, the 10-day limit, that is by statute.
Yes,
Okay, so I just want to make sure that that was clear.
everybody knows.
Oh, okay, here.
All right,
Oh, yes, yeah.
Mm.
so what I'll do is I'm sorry, go ahead.
One, I think there was something brought up, and I don't remember where I read about it. Of looking at our meeting stipend changing, because it hadn't been changed for years or something. I'm not advocating that, but I know that if somehow circulating this, and we haven't talked
It
about it.
hasn't been changed in a long time, that's true. It's something I've talked to Jeff about, and I need consensus from the board. That's something that of interest, but I did want to point out that this board does have a higher per diem than a lot of the neighboring
That's what I
districts.
wanted to do, yeah.
So I don't know the exact
Well,
numbers.
compare.
I did ask Audra to pull those numbers together, so I can bring that.
That'd be great.
So you have that information.
And that whole process is heavily statutory driven in terms of what the limits are.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
It's 5% per year from the last time you changed it, so once it gets changed, in any year, you can only increase by 5%.
do you know when this was?
Yeah,
done?
2008.
That's what I thought.
And that would be a maximum, so the board, if they did less, you could.
Oh, totally. The little city council I was part of, we got $60 a meeting, no. So I know that it can vary, I would thought this was generous, actually.
I'll look at cleaning this up with some of the suggestions I've heard. I'm gonna look at some neighboring districts to see how they handle this reimbursement conflict with when meetings are prior approved and not, so that we just have that clarity there, get rid of some of those words that are ambiguous. And travel days, I'll look at denial of fees. I'll look at removing the rates and some per diem options in other than GSA. That sound fair?
Yeah, is that all we're gonna review in this?
No, we're gonna keep going.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No, I was just doing a time check. It's
Yeah,
just 1:09. Okay.
I think I'm gonna
Lisa, do you wanna get lunch? You wanna go?
Danny brought it.
She
It's
did,
here,
okay,
yeah.
It's here, all right. So we'll.
I'm starting to lose cognitive
Okay.
ability.
So let's go for 5 more minutes and we'll stop for a 30-minute lunch.
Okay.
All right, next portion is violation of this policy, which I think is pretty straightforward. I don't know how many
Yeah.
comments on that. Election of the members of the board of directors. I think these are all pretty clear, and they have to do with the statutory as well, when it comes to redistricting and all of that stuff. Article 3 is meeting. And each of the meetings are defined, place of meetings or agendas, minutes. If there's anything in here that stands out to you as that needs to be addressed, let me know. It's
Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, I think this is fine, but I've heard from some members of the public at 5:30 time.
We've heard it too. It's been all over the place. 5:30 has been the time. It's been at 6. We didn't have more public participation later. We've had it at 6. We've had it at 6:30. One of the considerations of going to 5:30 is that by the time the meeting ends, staff has been here almost 15 hours.
Yeah.
And it's a really long day. I mean, I'm here often at 6 a.m. and I'm not leaving until well after you all are done. So that is a big consideration. And they are on Zoom now where they weren't before.
Yeah.
So there is the ability for folks to listen, remotely and attend.
And the recordings when we.
And the recordings, yes, they're starting, I don't know if you noticed on YouTube, they're starting to tick up, we're getting more and more.
I've watched them all.
Okay.
Well, you have, I'm impressed. Yeah, I just want to mention, I actually voted no on 5:30. Partly because of what you're saying.
Oh, I thought it's because you had to eat dinner at a certain time. That's what I remember.
I mean, I'm perfectly fine. Just, I know it's been brought up.
It's been, I've heard it a couple of times, but I've not heard it to an excess that I felt that it was a huge.
Yeah.
Especially with having Zoom capability, that made a big.
Yeah, this is pre-COVID when we decided, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's right.
Can't please everybody.
No, you can't.
So I just have one thing, 3.11 on page 9, distribution of communications to the board. So, these consultant copies will be mailed when appropriate. That's funny. But, because I'm having issues seeing the screens and stuff, I would like the consultant's presentation either, to be, a link or something to look at it ahead of time. Anyway, I'm just putting that out there.
Huh. That's an interesting.
Something, because we're not, lots of times we don't get those consultant presentations. And, it's hard to see it.
Oftentimes, we have not been getting them until the day of the meeting,
I believe it, yeah.
so it's.
So maybe this
It's
needs to
available,
change,
but
it should be
possible.
emailed to us or something like that.
Anything in here that has to do with that are the old school.
Yeah, you'll fix it, yeah.
We'll update, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you might say in that regard is when possible,
Yes,
no. You have an image.
Understood. Any other questions on the two pages?
It's the ad hoc.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up the committees. Have we decided whether or not we're gonna just keep rotating or have more like consistent
Assigned,
assignments?
yeah.
I know that's something we did in the past, right?
We did have consistently, go ahead.
The strategy is that, since we had, new members to the board, that we expose you to a lot of this stuff and, you know, some of the technical stuff you know, the budget things, check registers and all this other kinds of stuff. You know, so that you can be exposed to it, which then will affect your decision-making processes. You know, the one that comes to my mind is that, David didn't know that board members review checks, sign them. He didn't know about it then because he didn't go to get the signature card done and all the other kinds of stuff. You know, there's just so much in the woodwork kind of things that you need to acquire all the time, but maybe it would accelerate things.
Yeah.
We did that, but Sarah's got opinions on it.
I was just curious.
And I don't see reference to ad hoc.
It's in here and I don't have this paper, I need my control files.
Yes.
I know it's in here. So I think 3.12 is important. The president of the board will from time to time establish committees to help carry out responsibilities of the board. To preserve integrity, committees will be used sparingly. Only when other methods have been deemed inadequate. Committees will be used minimally. This is a typo, I think. Committees will be used minimally to minimally interfere. Yeah, I think that those words are wrong. Committees will not be used to interfere. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Not.
Does it make it sound like committees are designed to interfere?
Okay,
I need to fix that.
Good thing you read that.
Yeah, they don't represent the board. They can help the board do its job, but not the staff do its job. Committees will assist the board to preparing policy alternatives. They're and to be non-interfering is that bottom bullet point. And another section in here. That has to do with
something in the role of the board of directors, but.
Well, we can find it, right? We can go move on, right?
yeah, we can move on.
Yeah.
So, we'll pause there. We'll come back to Article 4.
I'm gonna make a brief comment. It came up earlier and I thought I just saw it in here and I thought I'd clarify just briefly. Going back to 2.04, the reports to the governing board on attendance of the meeting. Just so you know, the intent of that statute, I believe, it is a statutory requirement, but it's to the public knows. It can be as simple as a list of meetings. I attended this meeting, this meeting, this meeting at public expense. It
Okay.
doesn't necessarily have to be a detailed report on the discussion at the meeting. What I've seen different ways, report on the meeting, it can be part of a staff report where there's a list of meetings you attended at public expense. So the public will see that in the staff report. And then you can focus your comments from those meetings on, you know, interesting substantive items that you want to share with the board that we discussed. MWA pipeline and this issue, and that might be.
Right,
the board because that
yes, that's
doesn't
be best
necessarily need to
practice.
be a detailed report of every
Okay.
topic of discussion. If that helps.
And then in minutes on 3.10, I want to suggest a change that 20 days doesn't always work out, especially if a meeting is canceled or there's a holiday. So I think that the minutes, while we'll always do our best to have it at the very next meeting, it's not always possible. There's sometimes it has to do with like this meeting today. We didn't put any consent calendar because we knew we had a very long day. So the minutes from the last meeting will be on the next agenda. So I want to put some leeway in there. So it would be at the next meeting when possible.
Okay, so this is 3.10. So it says that the minutes shall be prepared within 20 days. So it doesn't say, you know, right, and 20 days is a month. If a 5, 10, 15, 20 of a 5, even a 4-day work week, that gives you more than a month.
Well, if that's defined, and in our definitions, there's no days defined. So is a day a business day? If so, then we can leave that
Oh,
alone.
right, right.
Okay.
So.
Or weekdays.
I would think, I would say the default is it's a
Is
business
a
day.
business day. So I'll put that in the definition.
Okay,
That clarifies that.
right, so then we'll leave it at 20.
Okay,
Right.
very good. All right, let's take a break. We got some lunch for you all. Did you want to stop the recording? Pause it.
Well, we're back in session at 12:46.
On and Article 4, we're trying to get through this quickly. As I go through this document, I see that what it looks like what happened, it's just grown through the years and it's, things are out of place. So what I would like to do is just basically rip apart all the good things and put them in the right order.
Yeah.
And have a brand new, fresh document going forward. But that's a longer term project. That's part of the codification. But I think it will help make things more clear so that I'm looking in here right now, for instance, we just finished the meetings, Article 3. And then if you go back to Article 7, it goes into more information about rules and proceedings for meetings.
Right, I saw that.
So it's, I think these things need to be condensed and put into the correct articles and correct categories. But that's, on the radar. So for Article 4 General Manager, the section in here, the 4.04.01, that has all been removed and it's in the employee handbook. It was removed in 2018. I don't know why it still exists in this document. It was removed by resolution, so you can ignore that. It should be deleted.
It's the one under the general?
It's 4.04.01.
Down here,
And
okay.
it goes into page 11 all the way almost through the end of the page.
Oh.
Our employee handbook, when I got here, was 32 years old and had not been updated. It's been updated in 2019, a brand new handbook, and this procedure is in that handbook, which is also due for an update because we don't have the UV anymore.
Yeah.
But just want to point that out, that it should not be in this particular document. It was removed in 2018. It's not physically removed from the document.
Through which?
All the way through, so the whole section, 4.04.01,
01?
all the way to 4.04.02.
Okay.
Thanks, just
Yeah.
line through it, ignore it.
Yeah.
Okay. So the one thing that I have not done and I would like to do is I would like to align this section with my contract and job description so that there's not discrepancies or contradictions between the two. So if you want to take a look at that on your own time and get back to me and things that you see that I think they should be the same, basically the same thing. Otherwise, I'll be working from two sets of rules and that's really challenging.
Like verbatim.
Any questions in Article 4 or comments that are concerned? Also, I want to take out the section regarding purchasing and budgets, surplus, and make that its own section. That will be a purchasing section that will be forthcoming as well. Still general manager responsibility, but purchasing really needs to be, it's one of the auditor's recommendations that we update our purchasing policy, and this is where we'll do that. Right now, it's pretty big, and you can see it's in here in different areas. There's budget, there's purchasing, and then you can go to the last page 15 and there's surplus, which also has to do with purchasing. So it's messy and it needs to be fixed.
Anybody have anything? Because I have a few things.
I don't have nothing. I haven't had it.
Where we're at.
I haven't had.
Well, we're in Article 4, which starts on page 10. And so we're doing all of those, all of that, all the way to page 15. That's all Article 4.
And we're
Yeah.
article.
Right, so just on page 10, what does ministerial powers mean? What does ministerial mean? All the way up at the top of, the GM 4.01, it's the fourth bullet. Ministerial powers, I don't know.
It's the opposite, so it's things you're required to do by law.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. All right, so then the next one, 4.02. This says no individual director will give any orders or instructions to the GM except the officers of the JBWD acting within the scope of their respective offices. So I don't know what except the officers acting within the scope of their respective offices. Who does that mean? David Shook or?
No, I think what that means is VP and president. But
Oh, okay.
what does that mean?
Right, yeah,
I think that
yeah.
needs to be clarified.
Okay, yeah,
Weird,
okay, yeah, I don't understand that at all.
but you're gonna fix all that.
Just like that.
Also, this was developed before there was a job description and
Yeah.
developed into the contract. So keep that in mind as well.
Okay, so, and then, so at the top of page 12 regarding the budget. So remember, I was concerned, I'm still concerned about how projects are introduced through the budgeting process. And then they seem like they get a de facto approval, you know what I mean? So I want to see, you know, something somewhere. I don't know if it's in here, but I don't want to continue to do that. You know, when we're approving stuff and we're not getting any discussion about it.
I think, which one, what number is that?
It's top of page 12. It's just the budget. It doesn't say anything like what I'm saying. I'm just bringing this up.
That's the budget policy you're referring to, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
So the budget policy is a separate policy from this document, and maybe it needs to be in this policy. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
okay.
need to review it.
All right.
But I understand your concern. And we're gonna have to hash that out, but it's a separate.
Okay. All right, so then at the bottom, page 12, 4.0. 4.13, just caveat, you guys, I'm always going to default to more information. You may not be like that, but I am. So right there, it says that the general manager will keep the members of the board informed by furnishing copies or memoranda of all vital replies or notices. Well, I've never seen anything like that. I don't even know what that means. Well, it does, to me, it just, it seems to me that you would, keep us informed of important correspondence, which I don't really feel like we ever see any correspondence. Like, you know, I've said before, I want more feedback on what the public is saying, you know what I mean? Like when the public has issues and stuff.
That's an operational blueberries there section.
Well,
So if there was a situation that rose to the level of the board because of a policy of the board, then we're going to bring it to the board to figure out how to deal with that situation. Those are the high level development activities and whatnot, but not just a customer complaining. That's gonna.
well, I don't think I said just a customer complaining. I maybe it sounded like that, but what I'm wanting is in aggregate, what we're hearing from our customers. So like some sort of a report, because otherwise, in my opinion, JBWD can hide stuff from us and we never know it's a problem.
Well, wait a minute. We do have a section in the on our agenda where we ask for public comments, whether this, that, or the other thing.
Right, but you're saying that the people can complain to JBWD, but they also have to come to the board and complain for the board to hear about it?
No, they can make electronic mail and all those other kinds of stuff. And then I ask her specifically, and then she brings that stuff up. Essentially, a person can remotely make a public comment about anything related to water.
Right, I disagree with that. I think that you know, if there's a history or a trend of complaints, people complaining about certain things. And, you know, it's not coming before the board, it's not becoming an electronic thing to the board. I would want to know about those sorts of things, like for example, I don't know, there's things that have happened that we don't hear about, so.
What's a for example, because if there was a trend or an issue, let's say we had, let's say that we entered into a new meter replacement program and we go to AMI and now we have tons of customers upset about this because something's not working.
Right.
Definitely going to come, we're seeing this issue and it's going to come to the board.
Right.
But we have complaints regularly, we have compliments regularly. So that's just part of customer service. And to bring that to the board in aggregate that's almost a job in itself to bring every single interaction we have with customers.
Saying every single interaction.
Well, aggregate of those, I'm not even going to know those things. Customer service is handling customer service calls all day.
Yes, of course. So, I would say, like, for example, if numerous people have problems, you know, getting in the door or some, I'm just trying to think of something that, you know, we might hear, I'm concerned about going out and speak to my constituents and them telling me something like I should know about it. So that's what I'm concerned about. So, you know what I mean? And know that the board, that the district is working on it. And I know that some things have come up in the past where you've said, oh, well, we're already working on it, you know, kind of smartly. And I'm like, how are we supposed to know that, you know? So, and I know it's a deluge that you're dealing with, and it's hard to, you know, have a brain transfer, a mind meld to tell us, but that's kind of what I'm talking about.
We do like maybe once a quarter or something, have customer service give a report.
Yeah, oh, that'd be fine too. We've gotten one report before you came on. Lisa actually did it. Yeah, and that's good because in that I was looking for those trends and stuff because I'd had so many complaints about customer service when I was campaigning that, you know, I was interested in it. Anyway.
We don't have that now, though. I've looked online to check our reviews. And
Have you seen their Google reviews?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
On our website?
on Google Maps, if you check the reviews on Google Maps, like we've had nothing but 5-star reviews on customer service all down.
Yes, it is something that I've been promoting with the customer service team to have, because I really appreciate if you all looked there.
Yeah.
And see, that's where you can definitely see an aggregate, because there's lots of people that complain on there. If you're interested to know about the details of complaint, we can, you know, we keep very good track of issues. Complaints, we have.
Oh, I know.
Customers.
If it's specific, yeah, I know that.
In regards to customer complaints, the number one complaint is high use. That's the number one complaint, and more often than not, it's just the customer side of the fence, of their meter is leak, and they don't want to, you know.
Be responsible for it, yeah.
Yes.
Well, see, that's helpful. I didn't even know that that's the number one complaint, right? I don't know that. How would I know that, you know?
So I appreciate the feedback.
Yeah.
And find a way to do it. I don't know that it needs to be policy in here to do that, but we can create some sort of practice that we're bringing a report to the board of what
Okay.
we're seeing.
Okay.
Full review was on my list to bring to the board, because I was actually very excited about that.
But so related to that is like, for example, when there was another general manager, he brought to us the plans for redoing the building and stuff like that. Whereas when things were recently redone, we didn't hear anything about it. Like, you know, like, for example, that the mural, you know, I never heard. I have tons of artist friends that I wouldn't have minded contacting to say JBWD is going to do a mural. It felt like an inside job that she got it. You know what I mean? So anyway.
It was an offer that we accepted.
Oh,
That was
okay.
all. They weren't actually looking-
Oh,
Yeah. it was-
oh, okay. Okay, so anyway, but just some of that,
There was no payments for that. There was payment replenishment of supplies was the
Oh,
payment.
okay.
that
Oh,
was
okay.
Done for free. The
Yeah.
labor was for free.
right, okay. But, so anyway, just there's like, you know, different things. And I realize you have to straddle the line between, you know, what the board should see and also what you want input on, so.
Well, the budget is, and it would be potential things that are brought to your attention that would impact the budget would be something that we should hear about.
Yes.
Especially if we can hear about it in advance, so we can think about
Yes,
it.
the
That's my,
budget for sure. This, in my mind, when I read this, the title, reply to notices, these are potential litigation items. These are things that are of importance to the board to know. Property acquisition, it's the employee compensation plan, those kinds of things. Those are the furnishing copies of that memoranda. Any memoranda we get from another really potential litigation is going to come, you know, your way. That's how I interpret this, but I think the language could be clarified.
Okay.
Does not include email, you would give us a copy at a meeting or? I mean, it doesn't say anything about.
No, you wouldn't receive a copy of necessarily unless it had to do with like a situation, because if we're, for instance, a potential litigation, we're in a closed session, anything that happens in that closed session is private. And any documents passed out, but then they need to be returned. You wouldn't need to keep those documents. So if.
Well, I was thinking about when we had that big leak, you sent out a notice to everybody actually
Yes,
by email.
right.
And I didn't know if that would qualify for one of these.
No, that's
Why
not what
don't
I'm
we
talking
file a
about.
notice?
We got that, so,
No,
I mean, to
No, I
me,
know
this,
we got it, I just wondered if that falls within vital notice. That kind of thing where you're notifying everybody about.
This is
kind of a
about
big event.
correspondence. This is about correspondence that the district has received. That's what this is. So.
The correspondence of vital nature, though.
Right, but yeah, our notices.
Because we get letters all day from
Right.
different things that.
Well, like an example that was a vital notice was, I heard from the president that there was some issue that, you might be arrested for something that JBWD hasn't done. That to me seems like that would be vital interest to the board. And yet he heard it and he shared a little bit with me. I don't remember the details, but I don't think the rest of the board heard that.
That was during a very difficult time.
I know, it's an example.
Is that your thing?
That's just an example. That's an example.
If that happened today, we would definitely be having a meeting. That was when I was still acting general manager. I
Oh, okay.
literally the next day was told, you could have a misdemeanor against you.
Right, okay,
Or
right. Mhm.
our gas tank not being thoroughly inspected by the air quality district, and then had to go and deal with that, and it was dealt with and handled, and I did report to the president. That was please don't use that period of time as an example of what the future will hold, because that was a really, really rough period. of
Yeah,
time.
I know. Came through it with flying colors. Yeah, so anyway, I think one other thing that we have mentioned before is, we're very curious about development in the area. You know what I mean? And like if there are big developments being proposed or anything like that, or anything that's happening with previous developments, these are all things that even if someone comes and pitches it, and they haven't done some of the paperwork, I don't know, it's just a thought. And then on page 13, it just says, it is the duty of the GM to prepare and dispense such press releases as depict the growth and activities of the JBWD. And I really like this, you know what I mean? I think that, I think the news media would pick up more. I realize you're busy and everything, but I'm just saying I like this.
Okay, and so that is being done actually through the newsletter, which could be expanded upon.
Yeah, we need a press release though, that's different. And she may send that newsletter there. I don't know, probably does to press agencies.
They are
The
on the
newspaper?
list that it gets sent out to.
Okay,
Yes.
all right,
They subscribe to the list and they are.
All right,
on there. So if there's anything notable, they would then print it potentially. And when there is something notable to send to the press, we do send them directly press releases. So that is done multiple times a year, actually.
Okay. Okay, so on page 14, 4.07 reimbursement for expenses. So the GM will be reimbursed for all sums incurred by him, in the performance of his, duties. So anyway, it seems to me that would say GSA.
See, this is one of those areas that is in my contract, and I don't know, I think this is where we have to get that cleaned up.
Yeah, yeah,
whatever
okay.
that is.
I want to mention in regard to being interested in development, that when the auto camp was thinking about coming here, we set up a meeting with the representative where he lied over and over and over again, but we did get a chance to meet them, hear what they were proposing, give some feedback. And so maybe if a large development wants to come to town like that,
That would be
maybe we get
considered by,
together with them, yeah.
yeah, I would invite that developer in, and bring a report on
Yeah.
whatever that
Yeah.
situation is.
Like the Indians, drilling a well on
Oh, that's the other thing.
Center Street.
We haven't had any follow-up on that, but hoping that when there is some, we'll hear.
Well, there.
Yeah, it's capped off.
Any other information and comments on this section? The reason clean up for sure.
Yeah, it looks like there probably should be something in here. Oh, there's removal. Okay, there's that. Okay.
Property.
No, the feedback. I was just thinking about the feedback to the GM. Anyway. All right.
All right, Article 5 is short and quick, and these are also statutory, the trainings that the board has to do every 2 years for your ethics and anti-harassment, and that you need to turn in any certificates, so we can keep track of that. Any questions there?
Apparently we get reimbursed, or did get reimbursed, I didn't know that.
We
Okay.
do, yes.
But there's no mention, I don't think here.
Yeah, I noticed that.
It's in the other article
Oh,
too, when we get reimbursed.
oh, okay.
So,
Oh, it was, you saw it? Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, it's in Article 2 under C1. So anyway,
Never mind.
another section to clean up. Very good question.
Are we moving to number 6?
We're gonna move to number 6.
Okay, so right there, the conflict of interest, I would be interested to see that we do not have, I would like to see some content in here that states that consultants working for us also are held to these standards.
And that would actually be adjusted slightly. There are some changes in the law in a bill passed just this month. On 1090 application to consultants. It didn't seem to do a perfect job in the legislation, so we'll have to see how that is interpreted and discussed, but that can certainly be, because it does apply to consultants to certain degrees. It is a change in the law. Basically, the legislature has overturned arguably some of what the courts have found over the last couple of years for the contractual conflict of interest. It does give you more flexibility, like before you clearly couldn't have, let's say, for you guys, probably be like a design engineer, do a master plan for the district, and then come in and help design a specific project. Because that was a subsequent contract or something that helped influence. There's a change in the law now that would allow that to occur, does have certain criteria in there. So the wrinkle is that the statute says a consultant, so the statute 1090 applies to officers and employees of the district. Courts have interpreted that independent consultants that have that authority in helping design projects are employees of the district for that purposes of that statute.
short term or temporary employee.
It's not, in different context from labor employment law, it's from a conflict of interest standpoint. The legislature then decided in its wisdom to go out and change it to say, well, independent consultants are not officers, which is great. But the courts said it was officers or employees, and the courts focused on employees, so why didn't you address the other part too?
Yeah.
I don't know where it goes, the intent
Okay.
appears to be to take that out so you have some more flexibility, but yes, we can, I guess the short answer is I can look at
It's kind of in there too, and it's one of those funky formatting things, because Article 6 has these appendices, and appendix C is for consultants. So again, this is a cleanup area, so it does apply to them, but I just need to be clear how it applies to them.
Well, I was thinking about Kathleen's rule.
Yeah.
Does she fall within, I mean, she doesn't fall within officials or employees, right?
She's not an employee, she's a consultant, just like.
Right, so,
Yeah.
so she would not, the conflict of interest code does not apply to her.
It was because it's.
Unless
yeah,
we
because
change
it- No, it currently does.
Oh.
So Article 6, if you flip over to page 24, appendix C is the consultant's appendix, it goes to Article 6, conflict of interest code. It's part of it.
Remember?
Consultant's appendix. Page
All right.
24,
Yeah.
page 24.
Oh, it isn't. Oh, you said over, I turned the page
Oh,
over.
so, yeah, so Article 6, page 17, if you flip from 17 to 24, you can see there's an appendice there. And that is appendice C, which applies to consultants, which means that the conflict of interest code does apply to them, but it's just unclear because of the formatting of this document. So it needs to be updated.
And they, are they required to fill out a Form 700?
Yes,
I think so.
Yeah.
that's what that category disclosure is on page 24. It says consultants who make government appointments, such as their approved rule rate, et cetera, they are required to disclose. Category 1 is what disclosure that they're required to fill out on Form 700. And if you flip backwards to 22, this page has to be updated too, but there's disclosures for different positions.
Oh,
And
yeah.
the circuit block.
Oh, okay.
And then I'm sorry, page 26, .0208, section A is missing language. So. Anyway, there's a lot of cleanup in this document.
Yikes.
Sorry, Stacy.
Well, I'm just, I'm just concerned, as I've stated in the past, that, we make sure that, anybody who is an officer or an employee of the district, and that includes contractors, are not, handling funds that are then, distributed to immediate family member businesses, because I'm concerned that it doesn't look like. That means for anybody. Now, I realized, like, for example, Sarah, you had your daughter working here, obviously I'm fine with that. So I don't know, how to state this or what I'm trying to get to. But to me, if you're writing the grant yourself on behalf of the agency and getting the money, and then you're distributing the money, and then that money goes to a, that close of a relationship, it's not a cousin, it's a son or a brother or whatever, that seems not good.
I understand the perception. We did have, the consultant does not distribute the money first. And the.
Well, she or he determines where the money went.
No, it's not exactly that way. It might appear that way, but it isn't exactly that way. The consultant proposes the grant, the application gets reviewed by myself, and it goes to MWA. MWA then will ask for changes in the grant documentation and then either approve or deny the grant. And MWA then sends the district the money to pay those agencies that are listed on the grant application. And then we are just a third party
Pass through
essentially
Right.
on those funds. But there is a statute on what you're talking about, and that particular relationship is not protected. Do you recall?
Yeah, no, I think the conflict of interest, there's not an interest in your independent children's income.
That's right. There's not an interest in your independent children's income.
That's according to the statute, right?
Yes.
Does that mean, though, that we cannot have additional conflict of interest
You could
definitions that
certainly add, you can
say?
add your own. I mean,
Right.
the board as a
know.
body could decide.
I mean,
that
I wouldn't
greater
want Jeremiah getting a certain amount of money and then going to his brother that's, has a gravel business and using that money to hire his brother for the gravel. I just think that that's not good. That's an example. What?
We don't hire consultants that way. I do hear what you're saying. We wouldn't do that.
Well, then
That would get
consultants
over-
shouldn't be able to do the same thing. Consultants shouldn't take our money and then go hire their family members.
What if that's the only choice in a small community?
Well, we'll have to work it out. It's not like that. It's not the only choice at all. And it was a very poor choice. So anyway.
Well, I'm talking generic.
All right, okay.
Well, it's that kind of a thing where this is a small community and it's there's an interrelationships here with family and friends and neighbors and all that.
Traditionally, for years it's been.
Right, but if
Yeah.
Sarah is saying that an employee is not allowed to take money and hire a relative, I don't believe consultants should be allowed to take money that is associated with the district, pass through or not, and hire family members.
But there would, I assume there's built-in disclosures here, there's paperwork, there's bids. There's all sorts of stuff like that that gets specific about how a decision process went forth. And so it wouldn't be like an under the table thing, it would be right out there.
An employee doesn't go out and directly hire somebody either. It does go through a process.
Yeah, and you're in it.
But I understand the concern and I definitely understand the perception.
Well, I appreciate hearing that because I didn't hear it the last time I brought it up, so thank you. I still think it's a perception issue. I
Yeah,
do think if the employee cannot do it, I don't think a contractor should be able to do it with our money. I just don't.
And so as a result, if somebody's concerned about it, they should ask a question, and we'll show them our process. I kind of come to the market, come here.
I don't think that we should put ourselves at risk. And then, only worry about it if somebody asks a question.
No, the whole
What's the
point is,
risk other than perception?
The risk is a conflict of interest using ratepayers' money, wherever that money comes from, and spending it on something that looks to be personal, a personal relationship or something, you know what I mean? Enriching your family. To me, that looks like a risk.
But,
I mean,
you
do
know-
you think so, Thomas?
I agree. I think the public perception needs to be weighed.
That's what I was saying. I understand the public perception. There's times where the only qualified person happens to be
Then that could be brought before the
Yeah,
board. How
I
about
think,
that?
I think
after
situations like that,
recruitment of several people and,
if
find
that's,
the best.
if that's a situation where they're the only person in town that can provide that service, it can be overlooked. I think
As long as
should
everything's
probably,
public.
yeah, we should probably have some mechanism in place to where the contractor should be recused in the
Yeah, there's
recruiting
always
process
opportunity to be
in a situation like
recused.
that. Cause we've made some great strides with our public image recently,
Right.
and I don't wanna risk that.
Yeah,
It's,
Well, it just seems to me that, if you're president of an organization and you're sending money to the organization that you're president of, that shouldn't be allowed. She's president of the board. I mean, what do you think, Jeff?
I'm unfamiliar.
I don't know the precedent of what you're referring to.
Yeah,
I'm not,
okay,
I'd have to know more detail.
We can get back to it.
Yeah.
Let's,
I agree. Let's move
So,
forward.
Motion table.
Yeah, motion to take.
I could,
We want some clarity in the document.
it's fair to say that there could be there is room for some improvement here, some clarification here, and we'll attack that.
And it sounds like you are talking and looking at reviewing the purchasing policy within the requirements, so that would.
Yeah.
give the clarity to do that.
And it looks like it's 6.02.08 that kind of refers to this a little bit, so. No, anyway, on page 20, FYI, so just make a mark of it, yeah. Thank you, guys.
All right, so we can see if we can skip 22, 3, and 4. Those are just the entities that we're talking about who is required to disclose under.
Oh, okay.
So that's part of it, but will be cleaned up.
And so you'll add contractors there, right?
It's
Oh,
already-
consultants,
it's
I
already-
see, appendix C, got it.
Yes, already there, but
All right.
it needs to be cleaned up.
Okay.
All right. Article 7, this is the last one we're gonna look at in this particular document. And this is that one that I told you goes back to Article 3. We already talked about meetings, and now we're talking about them again. So they need to be put into the same article and just find out where those funny areas are that might contradict itself. And I think that could happen if you've written it twice and put it in 2 different places.
All right.
yeah, I don't recall reading in the previous area, public request. Kind of new
Well, above
thing,
that.
if somebody from the public wants you to add something to our business agenda. They have to do it in writing and blah, blah.
Mhm.
I wish more people would do that. In the community.
A lot of it's very, it's technical, order of business,
Yeah.
roll call, time allotted, how we handle public hearings, questions to the board.
So I don't understand this public request. This looks like anybody citizen has to do this?
You know,
Oh, okay.
this is how a public member, so if we had a customer that, wanted to, or a ratepayer, or any stakeholder for that matter, that wanted to get an item on the agenda. This is-
Oh, on the
their
agenda.
process.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, all right,
it's
okay.
the process.
All right, so above that, though, is something that we were talking about, 7.01. Any director may call or correspond with the GM and request any item to be placed on the agenda. It just says that has to happen no later than 5 PM on a certain day.
Oh, you know what, that's news to me, because I thought we had to go through the president.
Well, this is what we're here to talk about, is to make a process so, that this, we all understand what the rules are.
Yeah.
That's, so this is interesting, and, I find it contradictory to what the board is. The board's supposed to act as a whole, and now we're giving
Right,
one
right.
member the power to make direction.
Yeah.
And what if you don't, as a board member, maybe you agree, but you didn't have the chance to participate in that discussion. And so having that discussion, how things get added to the agenda, I think it's important to me because I want to make sure I'm satisfying the needs of the board, but that it's getting, if we're going to be putting, if each of you are calling me on the Thursday, the day before, adding these to the agenda, I promise you, it's gonna be a challenge to handle, and then I'm gonna end up disappointing everybody. That's not what I want to do. So I think there needs to be a process, and this needs to be elaborated on, and my personal opinion is that there needs to be a consensus of the board that that agenda item is either a motion to add, or maybe there's not a second, then maybe forward. So however you guys want to discuss that, that's just an opinion that I have.
Well, how is the agenda built right now? I've always been kind of mystical.
So we have a calendar that Lisa and I have built. We've been mystified about what happened in the past too, but we have items that go on the agenda for the whole calendar year. And we know that audit will be in December. We know the budget's gonna be about in May. And so we have all of these regular things that are built into an annual calendar. So those things are gonna get put on timely so that we can handle those pieces. Other items come up as legislation requires us to do so. If we're going to go into a project and we need to go through a bidding process. So it's as these items come up and they never stop coming up. It's nonstop. There's always something that needs to come.
But it generally comes through you, to you.
To me through staff, through
Right.
issues that are happening, things that are on our calendar that need to be updated. So, future urban water management plan, hazard mitigation plan, all the regulatory items, those dictate what gets come to the board and what the timing is of those items. So.
But are you meeting with Tom to finalize the agenda or anything like that?
No,
Oh, okay.
no.
That's what I didn't really
No, if
understand.
there's an issue or a problem, then we'll talk about it, but
Okay,
we have a pretty,
because I think some boards do that.
I think some boards
Yeah.
do that,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, there's lots of different ways to do it. But we have, limited staff and only how many meetings a year? 26 meetings a year. And that's if none get canceled and the holidays seem to impede on some, for special meetings like this. But there's only so much time that can be put into all of these, these items. So
Okay,
I'm just looking for a way that we're all clear of how things get added. I'd like this to be looked at by you folks and hear your opinions on this.
I was gonna say, I can maybe try to find you, I think I've seen various samples, and there's not any, I don't wanna create the impression there's anyone that does this in a uniform way, it's kind of just one of always the mystery of how you do this sufficiently without overburdening staff. I think I've seen policies that allow for members of the public and board, and I can try to find some to provide to you, consider as you do this. And oftentimes the ones I'm thinking of, like one example, I think I've seen it where items come to the board agenda, not for discussion of the merits, but a request to have an item added to the next agenda. So the board can have a discussion, we want to add this or not. Yes, we want to add it, then staff spends time on it. Members of the public have to provide the backup support and be present to actually present the items why they want it added, then the board can decide when it's added. I've seen policies like that. I've seen policies where one board member, I've seen policies where it's escalated to the board. So I can try to find a couple samples to provide you. Maybe look and see what various approaches may be out there.
I think we've kind of waffled on the agenda, having an item that is agendized that says suggestions for future agenda items. And we've taken it on and off, or we incorporated into the director's comments, we haven't really settled on, how it's done.
Yeah, that's why we're, talking about this part here today. If it's come off since I've been in this role, that has been by mistake, not on purpose. It's in the section of reports and comments, and that's an area where I would say if Stacy wanted, something on the agenda, she would make a motion. I'd like to have, XYZ added to an agenda and then President Flo would take over from there to get, a second or not get a second on.
Where would that occur in the meeting?
During the director's reports and comments.
I would just say out of nowhere, I'm making a motion right now to add this to a future agenda.
During your section.
And then what happens? Tom takes it up?
Well, The motion, you need to get a second on the.
Right, uh-huh.
On that, and if there's no second, then the motion
Okay.
dies.
Oh, okay.
So, but we don't have a separate agenda item where that comes up. We have to, if we're gonna talk about it, we have to talk about it during our comment.
Correct, that's,
Okay.
that's
All
the
right.
place that we have it right now, but Jeff just said he's gonna look at some different policies, and maybe we could look at some policies that would work best for, this board.
Yeah, and I know you didn't do it, Sarah, but I would just like to say for the record that I feel like JBWD has constrained the board by not communicating these things very well. Anyway.
Well, to my knowledge, this is the first time we've had a workshop on the admin code, so you really.
I'm in my third year here of not knowing how to get agenda items on
Right,
the agenda. So I'm not saying it's you. I'm just
But,
saying in
you know-
general, JBWD has not made this
Yeah.
a very open process for
That's
us.
what I was saying. That's why I was mystified,
Yeah.
you know, how it did happen.
quite frankly, I've been mystified as well, and that's why I wanted to have a
Okay,
conversation too, and especially when you brought it up at this retreat, is how can we fix these problems, and that's, that's what we're doing here to fix these positions.
So did we say then how we think we can do this in the future?
I would
So
like
one
to
is
do
I
that.
could move during director comments, right? So,
Let us
Right.
weigh this down.
That's an option,
right.
that's an option.
No, I didn't know I could do that. I didn't know I could move to make something an agenda item because I thought it's not on the agenda, so you can't talk about it. You know what I mean? I didn't know that at all until now.
I thought it was,
Okay,
it was on an agenda.
so do we disagree then with any director may call or correspond with the GM and request any item to be placed on the agenda, or are we okay with that?
I'm fine with it. But wouldn't that be taking action on it?
I think it's making direction to the general manager, which is the problem.
Yeah, we're talking about in the meeting or outside of the meeting.
Yes.
In the meeting would be okay,
Yeah,
but
that's where,
outside of the meeting is not.
that's where I think it should happen.
Well, what's that communicate with you?
Sure.
Yeah.
You
That's okay.
definitely can communicate with me, that's fine, but if you want something added, I think that should be transparent. You shouldn't be making a call to me on Friday night saying, hey, next meeting, I want this. It should be done in a meeting, directions taken, actions taken, and then I bring it back on an agenda.
What if there's almost an emergency situation for this to be on the agenda?
Totally different. We have
It's
different
things about
situations
that.
for emergencies.
Well, depends on what the emergency is, of course, but
And what's the definition of the emergency?
But our request could also maybe wait till the next board meeting where we bring it up, rather than, doing it whenever the idea pops in our head.
Yeah, the key person here in all of this is the general manager, not bringing things to me, because as she mentioned, there's already a calendar of things and how they're supposed to happen, the sequence based on priorities, funding, or whatever it is, personnel. And so it's got to go through her, and we have to understand that there may be that immediacy that she's addressed twice may not be there because of things that she already
Right.
has planned and ready for us to consider. So, but it should be communicated to whoever requests an agenda item that there is some sort of a cycle to these things, or potentially a waiting period to get something on because of other stuff that's more pressing, that kind of thing. And so all of that has to be conveyed, not necessarily in these papers, but it has to be conveyed to the person who's making the request. Because several times she's mentioned in recent past about how agendas are really crowded, and she has to
Yeah.
move things out, keep the agenda at a certain time limit, that kind of thing. And also too, preparation time gets much larger too, the bigger the agenda is.
I think also in the past, we canceled a lot of the meeting, the first meeting of the month. I know when Rebecca was here, that was one of her complaints. Why aren't we holding our meetings the way we're supposed to? And we are now.
We are. We
Yeah,
still
I think
cancel
you've
them.
really taken that up.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
We do still have to cancel them from time to time. We may have a
Right,
delay
for good
issue.
reasons.
And if there's not anything to bring to that meeting, there's no reason to have a meeting
Right.
either. So here, I'm thinking about this. If Director Doolittle called me and said, Sarah, I want a presentation on our aquifers. Is that something you want me to go ahead and spend staff time and do all of this work to bring that presentation without the full board knowing that that request has been made, that there's a cost, there's a fiscal responsibility and time taken away from other projects for that one director's request? Or
Yeah.
should the request be made in a public setting, and then the board decides if that gets added to a future agenda.
I think that's the way to go.
You know, what I have an issue with, I agree,
Say hold it until the next board meeting and then we'll talk about
my issue with that would be, I think that that might, cause an issue for somebody who, it's an unpopular item that he or she wants discussed. And let's say the board was stacked, you know, with 4 people who were against even ever discussing that issue. And, you know, this one person, you know, really felt like it was an important thing. So I'm not saying this particular board, but do you see what I mean? If it's a minority held opinion or issue.
But the minority held opinion is not gonna be approved by the general manager all by herself.
Right.
No, it's not an action. I know, I'm just saying it's a matter of if, you know, I don't know that an individual board member should be shut down by the entire board on saying what an issue is. See what I mean?
I'm not saying it to be shut down.
But that's
say-
what would happen.
Save
if
it
you
for the
can't-
next meeting if it's a couple weeks away.
Oh, okay, well,
Well, from what I've seen of this board's action for the last, well, for quite a time, the last 4 or 5 years, I don't think that would happen. I did have direct
yeah, it
experience.
wasn't
in-
this board though.
I
I was talking
know, I
about.
had direct experience back in 2008, 2009 with the Yucca Valley Town Council. They excluded Lori Gravel. They took every effort to include her in agendas and.
That's what I'm concerned about, that kind of an
Yeah,
example,
yeah.
not this board, a future board.
That's farmer's market,
So-
by the way.
I have a suggestion, I think that can solve this problem. That the regular way to do it is at board level, at board. You know, I'd like to see this on a future agenda item, get a second motion. If it fails, then it fails, but maybe the board member can come to me and say, I'd like you to add an item so that for discussion, that way there's no staff work involved.
Okay.
It's
Oh.
just an area for discussion to bring it back to the board, then you can deliberate and decide if it goes forward. But if you say, I want an aquifer report, you're now directing
Right.
to do the work and there's expense to that. So I don't know what do you think about that.
Yeah, that sounds, makes good sense to me.
I think you're being brilliant.
All right.
Write it down so you.
Right, does that sound like a fair way to? Okay. All right, so. Your board. And
I'm
If
really
that-
happy for this discussion because it has been fun.
Illuminating, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
If it fails and that board member feels that they really want more discussion, then it can be added for discussion only. Okay. Is that fair?
Well, then it could be publicly exposed that that director is wrong.
Sure.
Or-
It can still fail. The point is that person that
Yeah.
has been shut down still has the opportunity to.
Air
make
it
their
out.
case. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Very good, okay. We'll move on to the next page. A lot of this again is just that technical
Yeah.
stuff, and some of it may need to be cleaned up just to work with what our new practices have been. Roll call.
Yeah, so it's on 27, you know, see, again, it restates that we are allowed to actually, you know, the presiding officer shall then determine whether to respond to any questions, request any board member or the GM to respond to any questions at that time, or refer questions to staff for response at a later time. So that's from the public, and you know, like I said, we haven't been doing that. We've just been sitting here silently as stone.
Which
So
one of these are you reading?
C on page 27, at the top of page 27, there's B and then there's C. And so right there, the board shall refrain
Questions of
from,
the board.
yeah, giving any responses until they've completed their remarks and anyway.
I think that's what we've been doing, is waiting until it's done.
We haven't been
And then-
saying anything.
No, we've been waiting till it's done, assuming that that's all we can do.
Mhm.
Is sit there in silence and listen.
Right, which is not the case, yeah.
But sometimes the president does comment. I mean, it's not unusual for you to say a little something. On whatever they brought up. Not a long discussion, but acknowledging it somehow, no.
And that's a policy too that I can consider, because that, we should make sure that like, I'm seeing some missing words there too, like shall respond to any questions, but the Brown Act does have limitations. It can be brief response and brief correction.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what it says.
We can bring that up to make sure that's in line with the Brown Act.
I'd really like to jump ahead to page 29 and the decorum of board members, and then also the decorum of the public. And that the fact that we expect the public to be held to the same rules of order and decorum that is applicable to the board.
Seems like that was in a section that we looked at earlier.
Anyway, so on page 30, it says any person making impertinent and slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board or while attending the board meeting shall be removed from the room if the sergeant of arms is so directed by the presiding officer, and then such person may be barred from the boardroom.
This sergeant of arms.
That wasn't in your
The
contract.
vice president.
Strong arm people out of the boardroom, right?
How about the sergeant with them?
Yeah.
30 years ago, I was at meetings in this room that had that required.
Mhm.
But, and they removed the person, and the person removed became a board member.
Yeah, I'm curious about point of personal privilege.
Right, but are we done talking about what I just brought up?
Well, yours is beyond the. point of
Oh, okay,
personal
sorry,
privilege,
sorry.
Which is 70802. I don't really understand it. I'd have to read it 10 times to.
Oh, okay.
What is the personal privilege?
The only thing I can think it's referring to is what we talked about earlier in terms of the terminology that escaped my mind, but there's a point of privilege in terms of raising an issue. You can interrupt, speak, like you can request during a discussion, you can interrupt and ask the board president to make a.
I could interrupt you while you're speaking.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege?
Point of privilege, yeah.
Okay,
29, right?
okay, so it's just a repeat of what we talked about earlier.
But you might be right, it might be worth clarifying what that means, because I don't know that anybody reading that is gonna know
Yeah.
that's what it's
What the
referring
heck is
to,
that?
so.
This all needs cleaning.
Because it all relates to points of order, point of privilege.
Yeah. Okay. So you had some other stuff after that?
Well, I mean, no, that was a good thing to think about because, well, no, what I was just saying is, and that's for a good example. I mean, like, it says any board member shall confine himself to the question and avoiding reference to character and indecorous language. And again, it says, that the that the public is supposed to be held to that standard. So in this case, then, I'm wondering if the recent exciting time that we had at the board meeting when we had, a member of the public, I think that according to this, something should have happened. And I would also like it if somebody else would speak about this, so I'm not the only person bringing this up.
No surprise that I thought about it.
Good.
And I'm currently being monitored,
Right, well, okay.
so, but yeah, I could, but.
I was actually looking beyond you.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Oh.
because he and I discussed this.
If we're gonna talk about that particular matter, we definitely would have to agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't talk about
Oh,
it.
yeah,
here.
okay.
Why is that?
Oh, it says secretary of the
If
board
we're
to serve as sergeant.
If we're talking about the policy and procedure, we can talk about that, but if we're gonna talk about that particular matter. And we want to address the concerns of that matter, then that would be a separate.
Thankfully.
But they're saying the secretary of the board shall serve as sergeant of arms. We don't have Unless, I mean, it's staff director, secretary.
The general manager is the secretary of the board,
Yeah.
her policy.
Right.
So I have a question. So if we believe, as some people believed on the dais, that you know, perhaps that a commentary by a public person should be truncated because they're not holding up the rules of decorum for the board. What do we say if we
You
think
have
that the
First
presiding?
Amendment and
Huh?
Brown Act restrictions on that.
Uh-huh.
Really, it should be a case by case discussion that you could, that. And we can prepare a memo on you, what your options are, but there are limited, you are a public agency. So you do have First Amendment restrictions that you are under as well. So I don't know that this policy itself, even looking at that language, just making reference to impertinence language remarks, I think you're working with Sarah on the policy, maybe work on clarifying that language within the confines of the law, because that could be, and I think that needs to be more specific so that it's clear what you can do and what you can't do. I could see interpretations of this language being overreactive. So I think I can work with Sarah on a policy that would reflect what the Brown Act and state law and federal law.
This might overstate.
This might overstate, yes.
I have a question on 70807. We mark the board member in synopsis.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was even.
Do we do anything like that? Margie?
What does that even mean?
This is.
Okay.
Well, it's like we have a discussion that I kind of brought up, or maybe she brought up on the climate crisis or something, and then can we come back and say, can I design a summary, what I just said that will go in the minutes, or you know, I don't know. Something to do with that that's entered in the minutes as a result of that.
And I had not looked at the section closely before, but my interpretation of what this is saying is that if, and I think where this would arise is if you wanted a specific statement or, because really minutes are action minutes, so minutes don't always, not supposed to reflect every word that you say.
Yeah, we get a lot more than.
But if you want a statement, I think the aim for this is if you want something specific included in the minutes, you can make a request to the board president to determine what statement will be made and entered into the minutes. I don't know if that makes sense, but
Yeah, but it'd be something that we would write and then pass on to him and or her and
well, the way this reads, the board president would have the privilege of making the brief summary of the statement. And then the board can decide whether they agree that that is the statement that should be entered into the minutes or not.
But it doesn't say making, it says having a brief, so it could be getting it from another board member.
But it is a weird sentence. The privilege of having a brief statement of his statement. Again, there's probably another cleanup where you need to remove the his her language and make that more.
Yeah,
more
I don't
automatic,
think we've
but-
ever submitted actual writing that goes into the minutes, you know.
And I guess that's unclear what it was intended by that was his, in this context, meant to modify, refer to the board member or the presiding officer.
Right.
I guess I was looking at it as a presiding officer, but now that I look at it, questions, maybe it meant the board member, so the board member may request to the presiding officer as a privilege of having it
Is it
summary
true
that
or
board.
should we eliminate it?
Well, to me, it looks like in addition to this, a concise statement that the board members wanting to make besides the minutes and added to the minutes.
Yeah.
In that little
Yeah.
part. So.
If the board consents.
Yeah.
This is a variant of that thing I hear a lot. Where somebody, I think it's federal is where I hear it, where they'll say, you know, I'll abbreviate my remarks, but I'd like my full statement included in the record or something. And then somebody goes, yes, done deal, and then they say something. So it's kind of a variant of that, but it's exactly breaking new ground.
Well, I was thinking if I made a presentation, like after I had attended a meeting in my report. And that there was, I read the minutes and I said, I didn't say that, I really meant something else. Could I ask for a correction?
You mean if it
Summary
meant
of my
something
statement.
That's
different?
a different issue, but that'd be when you approve the minutes. That sounds like a different thing than this.
Okay,
This is at the meeting, that's
it doesn't have to be
after
before
the statement. being included.
the minutes are written. And the only thing that I'm, is if I read the minutes and saw that it didn't quite state what I meant.
Well, that's inherent to verbal communication. That happens all the time.
Oh, of
I do it
course.
all the time. I always make mistakes.
The time to be raised, that would be when the board's approving the minutes.
Right.
They always make requests, and the board obviously would have to.
Yeah, if it was
Minutes,
important,
but they could approve the minutes as a meeting. It's being suggested. But that would be the start of the board meeting.
So it's already stated, I like 70809 because it says no board member should speak more than once upon any one subject until every other member choosing to speak thereon has spoken. And then also, this was interesting, no member shall speak for a longer time than 5 minutes each time he has the floor without approval of the majority vote of the board. Yeah, so anyway.
I like that.
Tom.
that's all.
So I'm just wondering, how do we do that? Who's supposed to,
I move.
yeah, right. How are we supposed to do that if it goes beyond 5 minutes on one story?
David?
The general manager would come in with you.
Oh, okay, so good. We're gonna be expecting you to do that.
All right.
I have a code for that too.
Stop, you can't stop.
Yeah,
one.
that's.
Well, frankly, a lot of times when I do, like say if we have a guest of some kind, I'll do that because nobody comments after somebody makes a presentation. And the guy's thinking in his mind like, didn't anybody even?
Right.
Kind of thing. So that's part of it. And a part of it too is that a lot of times the other directors don't say too much. So I just want to, put something out there. There's those two things. It's not like I intend to vote. Am I doing it now?
No, it was 30 seconds.
And I think 07 and 08, 70807, 70808 are somewhat related. In terms of their 08 deals with the minority view that might want to have their reasons reflected.
Well, one of the things I always fall back on too is that meetings are for talking. We're not trying to
not
just
standing.
meet so we can hurry through
Yeah.
or any of that kind of stuff. Meetings are for talking.
I think they're for taking action, actually. That's what I think they are.
But
Taking
talking
action.
before, we take the action. I just rubber stamping. Yeah.
Any other questions on the rest of Article 7? I don't mean to put you on.
Actually,
Okay,
on 70503, the purpose of such items to be provided. An opportunity for the member of the public to directly address the board of directors of items of interest to the public that are not within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board of directors. So does that mean like somebody is like going off and say like their gem collection? Like how would the process of that?
that's a good point. Yeah.
And what section was that again? That was 709?
70503.
Public comment, yeah.
Like time a lot.
What the Brown Act does, so there is truth, and this is always a hard judgment call, I think, for the board to make, so I think you give the leeway and benefit. But it does provide for comments to be made within the jurisdiction of the board. So if they're coming in and talking about something entirely unrelated to, just irrelevant to anything that you guys can address, and I think you give them the benefit of the doubt on that, but they're theoretically, those comments are out of line. It could be limited. Have I seen that done? Not really, but just because it is such a leeway, but it depends.
I've seen some videos of some board meetings where just the public comments were just way off the wall.
Yeah.
And they just let them go. We gotta be respectful of the people in the room. Sarah was saying, people here for the whole day already. If somebody coming in, talking about something completely irrelevant. Buying everything out of the weather.
Yeah.
And they want us to repair streetlights.
Yeah.
That's out of our jurisdiction.
The comments are supposed to be within jurisdiction, so there is.
Yeah, but it is only 3 minutes.
Two Director Short.
Does that mean you're just gonna let them talk for the 3 minutes, even if it's not
Yeah.
the topic? Is that
was
what-
wondering about that too.
Okay, and how about
Good call.
stop it?
That's kind of what I'm,
That's what.
if that does happen.
That is probably why, yeah, sergeant arms could be, I mean, you could raise an issue for, you could ask some of these, you could, it'd be the board president's prerogative. But you could, I mean, I guess suppose a member of the board could raise a point of order too.
There you go.
That's fine.
It could be as well, but ultimately, you're probably gonna spend more than the 3 minutes addressing how to address the comment. It's probably why normally they're allowed to go. But then you could direct them to stop, and then if they're disruptive and continue making their comments, then you would follow the Brown Act. Remove them from the room, potentially have to clear the room, but again, all this could take more time than 3 minutes,
Well,
so.
we have to assess the scope of the problem too.
Yeah.
If we had a problem. And-
Exactly.
Tell them, but it's good to know how to handle it should it come up.
Oh, yeah. It feels much better than.
The president could always refer to the admin code.
Throw it at them.
Yeah, right.
Hit them with it, it's heavy.
Any other comments on the section of the admin code?
From what page?
Page 34.
I'm gonna go through this for gender specific. Yes. Like we have a patient.
So if you have any particular comments or concerns, please send them to me and to Lisa. Make sure it gets to both of us so we can keep track of those. And I'll be working with Jeff, and it's going to be a project that's not going to happen overnight, to keep that in mind. To do a lot of cleanup, and then probably, I would say around the beginning of the year, I'll be bringing back a new copy of this for, again, further discussion, and not necessarily adoption that day, but for review and discussion and adoption plan subsequent meeting after that. We'll have a nice new document that everybody will be satisfied with and provide clarity that there's no, in my opinion, the district and the board, we're together, we're not trying to oppose each other, so keep that in mind, that we're not trying to put stops to, you know, what the board's prerogative is. We just want to have a clear, concise procedure in which to do our business.
So far, I haven't seen any reference to ad hoc. I'm looking at page 34.
It's in here, I don't know what page it's on, and it says the president of the board can, it's actually really specific too. It says the president can design or set up an ad hoc for specific duration and a limited purpose to handle, that is the best way to handle a situation that's come up. So for instance, if Chrome 6, you know, rears its ugly head, you know, President Logan said, let's do an ad hoc. Probably that would go to WRO, so I think that's a bad example, but trying to do another example.
Well, does the ad hoc, who is on the ad hoc? Is the president and then one other board member, and then could it be someone from outside?
No, it's only board members,
Oh, it is.
only board members.
Okay, I've had otherwise on other boards.
Ad hocs I have seen it outside.
Yeah.
I think
Like
ours,
technical people. on a
We've done it,
particular topic.
we've done it here with other people.
Like the solar.
He was on one.
but two board members are.
Oh, yeah, part of the board member.
Yeah, besides the board.
Right, doesn't mean that other people can't attend meetings, that's not what I meant.
No, that's not what I meant either. I
But
meant
in,
part of the committee. That would be in the report, it would say who was in the meeting and then.
Right, that, yes, that's permissible, yes, but it doesn't always do the president on the ad hoc, he can assign, one example, the example would be, general manager evaluation. When that comes around in December, you know, President Sloan can say, we're gonna start general manager evaluation, and you can choose, I think it's the president's discretion who is chosen to be on the ad hoc. But we might also ask for who wants to be on it too, there's different ways to do it, I'm sorry, I don't know what page it's on.
Yeah.
Well,
I know it's in here though.
also too, the ad hoc cannot make policy. The ad hoc cannot tell the middleman what to do.
Right.
And we cannot usurp the authority of the board.
And ad hoc just implies getting information.
We're trying to assist.
Yeah, to make recommendations, yeah.
All that stuff.
But it's for a limited duration for a specific purpose, so it's not in ad hoc in perpetuity forever, you have to talk about under that policy to handle that issue. If there's an issue that's long term, then that was really the whole board's purview.
Yeah, could be a committee. I mean, a regular standing committee.
If there was some sort of, topic that needed that, but remember, all of the committees are a Brown Act, so it's agendas, it's minutes, and a lot of prep and time and effort
Right.
spent in preparing for committees. So I know Stacy has a hard stop, she has a meeting. Has everybody had a chance to?
It's
read-
10 minutes away, so I can go for another 20 minutes. I'm not saying we
Okay.
can't, although I'm saying I'm feeling pretty burned out right now.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody else is, but
Unfortunately, this next document is 6 pages.
yeah, the role of the board of
Yes,
directors, let's get through it.
Let's get through it.
Okay.
And look at, we can have any comments or questions we can go through, and this is another document that also I'd like to bring back to the board to be updated.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
So that's best practices.
It's the role of the board, it's
Yeah.
the second to the last tab, and it's referred to in 2 different ways. I think if I can have a suggestion, can we just call it best practices, because it keeps going back to that title.
Yeah.
And it's getting people confused.
Yeah.
The board best practices. All right. So this document was originally adopted in 2008, and then it was superseded by the one that you have in your book here, that was adopted in 2014. And there's the purpose of the board, and some of the stuff that I had asked in that homework pre-work may already be addressed in the admin code. So I want to make sure that if maybe this belongs in the admin code as an article potentially, or it could be a sister document to the admin code that the admin code refers to. I don't think there's a
Like
right,
an appendix.
could be, there's no right or wrong way to do it, but the problem with complementary documents is sometimes you end up with redundancy that conflicts, and that's what I want to try to avoid.
Yeah.
So if you see anything in here that does conflict, then we can go through it. I don't want to read it word by word, but there's the purpose of the board. There's the role of the board of directors, which I think is already partially in the admin code too.
Well, I think some of this kind of relates to the evaluation that we did, where we were looking to see how much contact we have to the general manager and
Which is
what
already,
kind of things you're responsible for. And-
right, which is addressed in the admin code too.
Yeah.
So,
But those were some of the questions we have.
right,
So anything you do to clarify that?
okay, all right.
I think.
I think one in here, 1.3 is important public representation. So if you are out and about and you are on board business, then I would say it's important to wear your badge and represent who you are as a board member. But if you were there as a private citizen, then you shouldn't be wearing your badge. And a private citizen in that situation, you're not representing the board. You're there on your own. So that kind of goes in that public representation piece.
Basin wide is similar to them. I mean, I rarely even say I'm on the,
Okay.
although other, the general managers that are there. I mean, I think the presence of the water districts is
Right.
pretty obvious, but we're not there under our business.
Right.
So on page 1 of this, at the very bottom, it talks about, individual directors requesting things from the GM, and
Yeah.
it says if it requires more than 2 hours of staff time, it shall be submitted to the board of directors by the individual director for formal approval. Do we all agree with that?
How do we know 2
So that's
hours?
back to that agenda item thing, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that's why I said, but I like this. I don't, you know what I mean? I think that we should, be able to ask you something, Sarah, you know what I mean?
No, I don't disagree. I just-
Uh-huh.
My brain's kind of tired here too, and I feel like this belongs in the admin code. And not in this
Oh, okay.
document, because it's already somewhat addressed there. Now we're addressing it separately
Yeah.
here.
Would this make sense to being an article in the admin
I
code?
think
'Cause
so.
you got
This whole
energy,
document,
you
this
got
whole
water,
document.
Maybe best practices.
That makes sense to me, yeah. Mhm.
Otherwise,
I
sister
don't know
note.
step or anything, but it just
Yeah.
needed to be.
Right.
But I don't know how they come up with the 2 hours.
He would estimate that, so he would be the one to estimate that, that's the only way it can go, Jane.
Well,
So,
I understand, but I don't even know why 2 hours needs to be in there.
because you don't want it to be 8 hours. That's what she
But-
said, we don't want the individual directors to come and load
No, I
a bunch of
understand.
man hours
I
on her.
understand the principle of it, I'm just saying, do we have to be that specific? Cause
Yeah,
there's
I
no way
think-
to know how much time things are
I
gonna
think
take.
the intent of this is what I got to on the other article, was that one board member is not directing staff to do an entire project, and
Right.
so this limits that scope, and then it's you as the board agrees, 2 hours is reasonable, we're okay with one board member saying, hey, can you look into this?
Yeah.
And we know it won't take really more than 2 hours, if it does, then I need to say, this needs to go to the board, because this is gonna take longer than, 2 hours, this is a
You're the one
part
that
of it.
decides if it's gonna take 2
But I think
hours.
that you're giving permission to each other to come to me to
Oh,
ask
for-
for things,
Okay.
but not to exceed, these time limits. I think that's what the intent is. Is that?
If I was guessing, this same discussion happened in 2014. And 2 hours,
So-
sounds like a compromise, but great.
Yeah, I think 2 hours makes sense to me.
But it's really up to you to decide how much it will take. If it's really a half-hour thing, go for it. If it's, more
If
than
it's
that.
gonna take more than 2 hours, then I would say, I
Yeah.
can, I can put your item
Right,
at the next board meeting. You can have the board vote whether or not you want to move forward with this particular thing. Now, please keep in mind, this doesn't mean little things. If you need something that's, you wanted a report recently and went and found it, that doesn't rise to board level. That's just information sharing, and that's not what this is about. This is that, I'll go back to that other example. It's like, I want a report, and I have aquifer on the mind because I was with USGS yesterday. I want a report on our aquifers and how recharge work. That's not gonna be 2 hours. That's going to be far more than 2 hours. It's gonna involve a lot of parties, and that really needs to be a board driven decision, because it's gonna be expensive.
So, okay.
That should be something that you have the prerogative to prioritize. And also it could be that a board member is asking for something that's already on your menu of things to do. You can simply tell them that. Then I got other things to do first, then I can. As long as, in other words, I don't want individual board members making demands on the time of the general manager. That's not within the authority of a director. The board may be able to throw an oar in the water on priority and stuff, but not an individual, because that's chaos. You got 5 people demanding things from you, and you, as my mother would say, you only have 2 hands. But, in other words, we need to preserve the sanity of the general manager.
Staff also got to chain of command, so second.
yeah, but this statement doesn't allow for, if there are 5 board members that want the 5 different things for 2 hours, no more than 2 hours, that's adding up too. So-
Sure, now that's
should-
a whole day worth of.
So I don't know how you, I don't know.
Anyway, that was an interesting one. I think we can roll it into the admin code. We've talked about some of these topics already and find a reasonable way
Yeah.
that we can manage that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, moving on, a couple things. So on page 2, I think the board, the duties that are listed there in the letters, the strategic plan should be listed there somewhere, that the board owns the strategic plan. And then on page 3, addressing the public as individuals, item B. So this is an issue, and I think something we need to talk about, because I've done some reading on it and stuff, and I've read that where the individual board members speak out, that other board members get very mad at that person because it looks like they are speaking for the board. And that we're supposed to just not take action as individuals, but we're supposed to act as a board. And an individual director shouldn't be allowed to represent the board without some approval ahead of time. So some of this content is incorrect. So I think, you know what I mean? They can say they're not speaking on behalf of the board of directors, but I think, we've seen that people perceive it to be the case that they are.
Yeah, make that mistake.
Yeah, I like, before I go to Copper Mountain Mesa, I like to, if I can, run by Sarah, whatever we'll talk about for the 10 minutes we've negotiated. Things like hiring people. And
I think it's cool you go up there.
we're having to accumulate inventory because of supply shortages and stuff like that. Those are two of them. By the way,
That
By the way,
would
like I
come to
said-
our board meetings.
Like I said, I'm tired, but I think that B is, definitely something that, should have some more exploration. We should, define some more things about it.
And there are limits to what you can do in your policy, so you can't necessarily restrict the speech of.
Oh,
even
right.
Board members.
Yeah,
Beyond what is narrowly necessary, so that's probably where that language came from, and that you have to make it clear you're not talking on behalf of the district.
Oh, okay.
Right? You can still represent.
all right, okay,
Point of view. Versus you can't make a comment,
okay,
but we can certainly review that in terms of, as the policy becomes developed, we can certainly look at suggestions and look at what issues might come up,
okay,
and that's part of the process.
all right, thank you.
And as for the, where we state that we're expressing our opinion, do we need to do that on the individual posts, or, because on I have a, Facebook page that I use, not very much more, for my own,
As a candidate,
as a candidate.
Oh, thank
I
you.
made a couple posts as
Oh,
a
yeah.
board member as well. It just states in my bio that I'm expressing my opinions. Is that enough, or do I need to put it on each? post?
So that might be something you want, I don't think the policy is written with that thought in
Yeah.
mind.
Oh, yeah.
So, it would obviously be very hard to do every post, I imagine, but the policy as you be developed probably should. How we want to make that clear, and I don't know the right answer to that off the top of my head, because that's tough.
This, the last one I posted was just saying we're looking for people for the CAC.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say anything controversial
Yeah, yeah.
anymore. So I think that's how we should try to use it, maybe have it less opinion. More just matter of fact. We're addressing the public as a member of the district.
I'm a little concerned if we are addressing the public. Like at the Basin Library, we stand up and we talk about events that we're interested in or something. If they don't know that we're a water district member. And then we say, I'm not speaking as a water district member, then all of a sudden they know you're a water district member. It just seems like it's defeating the purpose of just speaking as an individual. And so I don't, I have to know what crowd I'm talking to, the public I'm talking to.
Needs to hear best judgments.
Yeah.
That you
Yeah.
can back up your statements too, in the future, should it come to rise to a board level. I was in an audience that, was in, San Diego, they don't know that I'm board member.
Yeah. But I could be talking about a water issue, like why aren't you desalinating your water or something,
Yeah, so that's interesting because, the addressing, the B right above it is A, and it says the board president or other designate of the board may address the public on behalf of the district. So I read that as, that a director cannot get up in front of a group and address the public regarding agency business.
well, because we say elsewhere too that the general manager speaks for the district. That's right.
Not just the general, it's also the board president.
No, that's what it says, that she is the spokesman for the district, but it's in practice. We don't do that. Because, we have constituents and we have to go out there and tell them what we're doing and how we're doing it and what it's costing. And what we as individual directors think is important, so we can't throw all that on the general manager. There's timeliness to
Yeah.
do.
Maybe it's good if we just don't have an opinion when we speak publicly as a.
And do just the facts kind of thing, which I try to do
Yeah,
that, but you can say them in an interesting way, just like
Yeah.
you can look for and go, oh, did you hear that?
Right.
You go, I just signed a check for $160,000 to make it.
Oh, right.
And they go,
Yeah, but I mean, just hold our opinions for other times or something.
as I review this even closer, so much of it's already addressed in the admin code itself.
Okay.
That it's a lot of.
Right down.
That's why I raised it.
Get rid of it.
I'll offer the fact that it was signed by Victoria Ford,
Yeah.
Yeah,
who was president of the Chapter 3 Community Association. I was the vice president for 10 years.
oh,
Mickey Luckman was an officer on KPCA. Mike,
I'm thinking this is blueberries, that's what I'm thinking.
I just, no,
Blueberries between operating.
I thought blueberries, what I suggested, because I was the one who suggested it, was something that doesn't move the board, the meeting forward. And if you're, if you're reflecting on a memory, that doesn't move the meeting forward.
it lets them know that Steve Whitman and Mickey Luckman were officers of the Chapter 3. Which
Which
pretty much
doesn't-
dissolved with her.
yeah, it doesn't happen anymore.
Two out of three of those were my role models too. but-
Mhm.
I've been very close with. But she definitely missed. All right, any other
Now,
comments?
is blueberries now the default? Okay.
Lady,
Pineapple.
are we gonna look at the last page
I like
in this
that.
book? Debate protocol.
The very last page is just some resources for you to look at your leisure.
Yeah.
One of them, little, provided, I really liked it, it's just some best practices, essentially. Protocols, but these are gonna be addressed in the
Yeah.
new improved administration code.
Yeah.
Along with these board best practices, we're gonna incorporate those into there as well and get rid of some of the redundancies and incongruent information.
So I just have a question on all comments are made through the chair, right in the middle of that debate protocol on a board. What does that mean?
What page?
No, it's the one.
The debate protocol
last
on a
page,
board, it's the
last
last page. All comments are made through the chair.
So remember, this came from a training that I think you attended.
Yeah.
And that would be,
We don't know.
that
Okay.
I would ignore it if you
Okay.
don't know the intent, because that's
Yeah.
something that facilitator threw in there.
For a different purpose, perhaps.
Exactly.
And we have no right to complain. Okay, we'll see about that.
And it, no verbal attacks of other members, which again, we would be expecting the public to follow that.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's just good tidbits in there. Don't read it as
Yeah.
a word. All right. Any last comments for this meeting?
Did we,
Very.
can we waive the rule about returning the binders at the end of the meeting?
They're yours. These are yours to take with you. I ask that you, if you have any comments, please send them to Lisa and myself. I'll be working with Jeff to go through these and bring you back some nice, fresh, updated documents to help to clarify these issues that we've all seen, and I'm excited that we finally are moving up there. And overall,
This was a great
day
meeting.
that
Yes.
we.
Very happy.
Big progress.
Yeah, I was talking about this 3 years ago. I'm very
It happened.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I would,
Back to you.
can I just, one last thing, I really think that these kinds of meetings should be out of the board meeting room. The place
You
neutral.
can't have a board meeting out.
Well, if it, no, if it's.
You
in
can meet
between,
somewhere else, it's public location, but it's got.
location. The
Oh,
location, yeah.
Yeah, what's wrong with this one?
This is, well, retreats in general are not held in the place where you hold your work. I mean, really, there's just a more neutral, or maybe even like a conference room in a restaurant, or, an empty, I've thought of an empty storefront. I got bunches of them, just people could see we're doing it. Kind of thing. Not the agenda, I'm not talking about that, I'm just talking about.
She's an exhibitionist board member. She wants people to.
No, I've
watch
been
the
on many
proceedings.
retreats and I know which
Right,
ones
me too,
work and
Jan.
which ones don't work.
I think this one
No,
works
this is
though.
fine. No, I'm not complaining about this. I'm just saying that if we do something in the future.
It'll be considered, just our area is small, there's not a lot of options. And you also have to remember, staff time of finding that, securing it, paying.
Moving
for it,
furniture if
moving
it's
furniture,
empty, right.
and It's.
Oh, I do.
It creates a big challenge.
I
but,
consider all those things.
whoever else through, but I appreciate the time.
All right, well, the room.
Can we just conclude from here? We don't have to move up there?
You don't have to move on.
Okay.
This workshop is concluded at 2:14 PM. Is there a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Second?
I'll say.
That was a reasonable amount of time to wait.
Meeting is adjourned. Future directed meetings are noted in the agenda.
Thank you.
See you next time.
See you next time. I'm glad you're feeling a little bit better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good, Jane.
You hit the gavel, like.